Okay, very good, committee. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your participation in this process. I think today we're going to finalize what we've worked on for the last couple of meetings, and I want to thank you. I do want to remind you that this is not something that's going to happen overnight. The waiver process is slow. We depend on CMS for answers and that kind of stuff. So it may be a couple of years. Nevertheless, it's needed, and we'll go from there. But it doesn't mean your time was wasted or anything like that. It's just the process. But we haven't done anything for a long time on this, and we need to get off of and get moving. Okay, well, very good with that. We'll start off with the responses to the October 13th requests. Orida?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and roundtable members. You have in front of you a lavender sheet that has all of the compiled responses that we received to requests from the last meeting and some from the previous meeting. So those are detailed in this lavender one. Then you have a transportation funding chart that we went through with not all of the states, but quite a few states we gathered about how they fund transportation and how much they pay. There's also a blue sheet that is the navigator roles explained and has examples of some of the different states and how they have those applied. Then we have a copy of the contract award that was requested. Didn't make copies for everyone, but they are online if you want to take a look at that, but the members all have a copy of that one. And then we have a response also from Interhab regarding the CDDO eligibility determination process. It's on their letterhead. We have waiver application submission. The next two sheets are the testimony that's going to be provided by KDHE and KDADS. And then finally, you have the packet from Kansas Health Institute of the considerations that the roundtable members and working group put together. If you have any questions, I'm happy to help.
Committee questions? Very good. Okay. Representative Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we know who's on WebEx?
Yeah, good
Committee
idea.
members?
Good idea.
Dr. Clifford's here.
Is that Representative Clifford?
Yes, Representative Clifford. Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Very
Senator
good.
McGinn's here.
Very good. Anybody else?
Melody
Dowling. Sorry. Melody Dowling from United Healthcare.
Martha Hodge-Smith.
Dr. Shay Tanis, University of Kansas.
Shane Height with KVC Behavioral Health.
Colin Olnick with Self Advocacy Coalition, Kansas.
Good morning, Jerry Michaud here, Developmental Services in Northwest Kansas.
Dean from the University of Kansas.
Carrie Wendell Hummel, just standing in until Jean Hall is able to join.
Hi, good morning. Sarah Hartweir with the Kansas Developmental Disabilities Council.
Amy Dean Kampmeyer, Kansas Department of Corrections.
Anybody else?
Sarah Frazee Moore with Aetna Better Health of Kansas.
Could you repeat that, please?
Marie Frazee Moore, Aetna Better Health of Kansas.
Okay.
And Sarah Feldhausen, Aetna Better Health of Kansas.
Good morning. This is Brenda Soto with DCF.
Anybody else? Okay, if somebody else comes in, just let us know. Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you all for being here and participating WebEx-wise or in person or whatever. Okay, next we have process of amending and creating a home and community-based waiver services. Sarah? Thank you for being here, young lady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. My name is Sarah Fertig. I am the State Medicaid Director with KDHE, and I'm sort of tag teaming this morning with KDADS. Michelle Hayden from KDADS is going to kind of provide the second part of this presentation, and what we're focusing on is really what the process is of submitting a 1915C waiver request. And we really thought what the most useful information to the committee would be is to take it straight from the CMS manual. So my handouts for the presentation today are this document, looks like this, and it is 12 pages from the CMS manual on how to submit waiver applications. So, and if we need a link, Mr. Chairman, to this manual, I've got it keyed up on my laptop. I can shoot it to KLRD if any of you would like a direct link to the full manual. So this is the current CMS manual that governs the submission and review of 1915C waiver new applications, amendments, renewals, and the like. This is 12 pages out of a 365-page manual, so I thought I would spare you all. It's one page for every day of the year, if you think about it that way. Can keep you reading for quite a while. But it kind of goes through some of the minutia that the state agencies have to address when we submit a 1915C. So this is the entire section here that I thought would be useful for the committee for future reference because it contains all of the rules in the submission process. But I've gone through and highlighted the pieces that I think are most relevant to this committee's work. And so the first piece that's highlighted is on the third page of that handout. If you look on the lower right-hand corner, paginated page 23, CMS. And these are the policies concerning new and renewal 1915C waiver applications. And a couple things on here that I wanted to highlight for the committee. The first is what's known as the 90-day clock. So under federal law, once a state submits an application for a new 1915C waiver, or to renew a 1915C waiver, or to amend a 1915C waiver, they go on what's called the 90-day clock, which means CMS has 90 days to either approve what the state has submitted, deny it, or the third alternative is to submit a formal request for additional information, which they abbreviate RAI. And so those are the three things that can happen within that 90-day period. If CMS decides that they need more information from the state to process the request and it goes on RAI, that stops the clock, so to speak. So if you get to the 89th day and it goes to RAI, that stops the clock. And then when the state submits a response to the request for additional information, we're on a new 90-day clock. So this is pretty common, I would say even more common in recent years as CMS workload has increased quite a bit due to pandemic-related waiver amendments and the like. And I've also highlighted kind of in the middle of the page, the 90-day clock is really relevant for the submission process because CMS asks states, you have to submit a new waiver application or an amendment or a renewal at least 90 calendar days before the proposed effective date. And that's to make sure that they can complete the review. They have a full 90-day clock to do that work. In the middle of that first bullet on the page, there's another sentence in there that I should have highlighted, but I'll draw it to your attention. It says, states should consider submitting new waiver applications 6 months in advance of the proposed effective date. So they want more time, really. They're almost signaling to you that for a new waiver application, it is going to go to RAI. They are going to ask more information. So that's according to the manual, which was last updated in January of 2019. And I will tell you that processing times from CMS have extended significantly since the pandemic began. It's the first thing they'll tell you if you meet with them to talk about timelines for a waiver, that states have to be patient. So in all likelihood, even their suggestion of submitting applications 6 months ahead of the proposed effective date, that might be a little too aggressive to be realistic. It might take them longer. At the bottom of that page, paginated 23 on the handout, it says if significant problems are identified in a waiver application, the state can take the application off the clock by notifying CMS that the application is incomplete. This is basically a way for the state to avoid getting a denial. That's essentially what that's there for. If it looks like CMS is careening towards a denial in the 90-day period, we can ask to take it off the clock. And if that's the case, we basically have all the time in the world to continue to work through the issues that CMS has identified. And then once we work through all of those and submit the formal final output, there's a new 90-day clock that starts. So in essence, the 90-day clock is important to bear in mind, but there are ways around it by taking things off the clock. And just by way of example, the state currently has 2 HCBS waivers that are up for renewal. We timely submitted applications for renewal at the end of calendar year 2021, which was 90 days out from when those waivers were set to expire. Those renewals still haven't been approved. So, because CMS is scrutinizing every single appendix to every single waiver, and we've been meeting with them regularly since June, July, Michelle? Yes, so there's a lot of scrutiny that goes involved in these. Another thing I wanted to point you all to, if you flip the page, it's paginated 24 on the handout. There's some more highlighted language there I just wanted to draw the committee's attention to. It concerns new waiver applications. This is some good information. It essentially says that CMS can approve a new 1915C waiver for 3 years unless the state elects to allow dual Medicare, Medicaid eligibles to participate in the waiver, in which case it's 5 years at the state's option. But you only have that 5-year waiver period if you have duals involved. And I don't believe any of our HCBS waivers are on 5 years, are they, Michelle? Oh, they're all on 5 years? Oh, well, thank you. I learned something new today. And also, it's important to note that the new waiver can't go into effect until the effective date that we put on the waiver application. So there's no such thing as a retroactive waiver effective date. That just does not exist. It has to be prospective, not retrospective. On page 5 of this, or sorry, 25 of this handout, I highlighted there in case there were any questions about this, the concept of running a 1915C waiver concurrently with a managed care waiver. We have that currently. All of our 7 1915C waivers are under the umbrella of our 1115 waiver that authorizes the state to do Medicaid managed care. Really what that section just highlights is that those 2 approvals have to be, concurrent. So we already have approval for Medicaid managed care that pre-exists this. So you have to have both of those waivers functional. You can't just submit a 1915C waiver and say, oh, we want to do it by managed care. You have to have another waiver authorizing managed care. And just wanted to highlight. But that shouldn't be a problem for the state since we already have that authority for managed care. If you flip towards, it's paginated 29 on this handout. There's another highlighted piece of information to draw the committee's attention to, and this concerns waiver amendments. And essentially, it's the same process as submitting a new 1915C waiver. You can amend a 1915C waiver at any time. You have to submit the amendment request at least 90 days ahead of the proposed effective date. Again, that's to make sure CMS has their full 90-day clock to approve, deny, or request additional information. And then there's some details in that paragraph about what they consider substantive amendments and the like. And Mr. Chairman, I think I've kind of hit the high points there. I can stand for any questions the committee might have, but Michelle Hayden is going to go into a little bit more detail to kind of illustrate how these rules work in real life. So.
Okay, very good. First question we have is from Representative Clifford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Ms. Fertig, it may be moot, but are these calendar days or business days? Thank you.
That's a great question, Mr. Chairman. The answer is they're calendar days.
Very good. Okay, committee, further questions? I have one, Sarah. Now, we're applying for a new 1915. So how is that just going to be seamless? Is it going to be a problem because of that, or just curious?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think, I think our experience in recent years is that we need to build more time in for CMS review, and that there's a lot more scrutiny of what the state submits that we've seen in recent years than there has been in the past. So I don't want to promise that it would be seamless and that there wouldn't be some concerns that CMS has that we have to work through with them. Kansas has a good track record of getting our waiver amendments and new waivers approved. So I have full faith that we can do it. But it has been a very long time since the state has submitted a new 1915C waiver. There's actually very few of us left who were there the last time it was done. So I'm low. Nan's raising her hand. Yeah, there aren't a ton of us left who have actually seen that firsthand. Excuse me, but I don't think submitting a new 1915C waiver would necessarily be more or less difficult than doing a heavy amendment. I know there's been some discussion in this committee about taking an existing waiver and maybe amending it heavily. I think we would go through the same scrutiny, the same level of interaction with CMS as we would if it was just a brand new waiver altogether. I think they would have lots of questions for the state on how a new waiver would interact with other waivers. They have certain assurances that they have to review a waiver for to make sure the state's meeting, such as we have to adequately protect health and safety of the waiver participants, that type of stuff. So I think it would be a very thorough and very careful review by CMS. And I would just caution the committee to be mindful of those timelines as you move forward.
And then one other question in regards to budget neutrality. So in this time frame, if we shift, we would be under the 1115, which deals with, we're up against the budget neutrality. So we apply for this waiver. Would it be held against us, the budget neutrality in the 1115, or would we be able to use the 1915 criteria for this new waiver? Does that make any sense?
It absolutely does, and thank you for asking that. So we're really getting into the weeds of CMS rules now. So right now, CanCare operates under an 1115 waiver. It is a type of authority that lets states require managed care enrollment for their Medicaid enrollees. It comes with very strict federal spending caps on how many federal, not state, how many federal dollars we can spend on the 1115 waiver. If we added a new 1915C waiver under our current umbrella 1115 waiver, then yes, that would affect our budget neutrality. I don't know how, Mr. Chairman. It depends on if the per member per month spend under the new 1915C waiver would be higher or lower than what we're currently spending on average for the HCBS population. So it's a question that I can't answer. It's a question that our actuaries would have to answer as to whether it would help or hurt us budget neutrality wise. However, as some of you on the committee know, the state is proposing to shift from move away from the constraints of an 1115 waiver into 1915B waiver managed care authority, which would shield the state from having to repay the federal government if we overspent the waiver. So my hope, Mr. Chairman, is that by the time a new 1915C waiver went live, we would be out from under the 1115 and we wouldn't have to worry about that anymore.
Very good. Thank you. Representative Ballard.
Thank you very much. Let me follow up on that. Isn't the 1115 more flexible than the 915? But so if that is the case, for what reason do we really want to go to 1915?
That's a great question, Representative Ballard and Mr. Chairman. Really, the only thing that we're using our 1115 waiver authority for now is managed care. So 1115 waiver authority allows states to experiment with all sorts of rule bending that they wish to engage in delivering their Medicaid program. Kansas has chosen to use it in a pretty run-of-the-mill fashion, which is just for managed care authority. 1115 does grant more flexibilities for the state, but again, it comes with these hard and fast spending caps that, in our view, is kind of hindering the state's ability to solve these types of problems. We don't want to be in a position where we say, well, we can't do anything. We can't create a new 1915C waiver because we would blow past our 1115 waiver spending caps and have to repay the federal government. You don't have to do that under a 1915B. So that's why we're considering shifting managed care authority from an 1115 waiver model to a 1915B so that that risk of having to repay the federal government is minimized for the state.
But follow up on that. Are most states using 1915, or are they using 1115 even though they have the cap and they have more flexibility?
Most states, that's a great question. Mr. Chairman, most states are using 1915B managed care authority. If that's all they're doing, we're operating a managed care program, and that's really what we're doing with CanCare. Most states use 1115 waiver authority if they want to do pilot projects. So I think it was Missouri, they had a pilot project for pregnant women with substance use disorder. So, small projects. There are a handful of states, Kansas included, that have opted to implement managed care under 1115 waiver authority. But what we're seeing is that as CMS has tightened the rules further on on budget neutrality, more states are shifting back to 1915B so that they continue to manage their program the way the state needs it to.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Brenda Jackson, please.
I have a question for you about the HCBS settings transition. The reason I'm asking about that is states have found it's easier to amend an existing 1915C waiver if they want to take advantage of where they are with their HCBS settings transition. And so if you're going to have problems, and I truly am asking the question because I don't know where you are, if you think you need more time with your HCBS settings transition, it would be better to amend an existing waiver than it would be so you can continue where you are with your HCBS settings transition rather than coming in with a new one. Because if you come in with a new waiver,
You're expected to be compliant
from day one with everything, conflict of interest, HCBS settings, and all of that. So if you're not going to be compliant with everything day one, you may want to take the autism waiver and amend it. That's what the advantage is. And I don't know where you are with your HCBS settings. And I completely agree with you on going under a 1915B waiver, but do you have anyone who can tell us whether or not you need to take advantage of an older waiver? I just don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to KDADS on that.
What's that?
I would defer to KDADS. They have been running the settings rule compliance for the state.
Representative Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hawks and I were talking, and So I guess this is a joint question from both of us. On these waivers, is that an executive branch function, or must that be approved by the legislature, the waiver? Sarah?
Representative Barker, I think I heard your question.
Yeah, I'll repeat it.
Okay.
Is this a legislative function to approve this waiver, or does the executive branch do that?
Mr. Chairman, under federal law, it's the state Medicaid agency that submits these waivers to the state. So they're looking for approval from the state Medicaid agency.
So the legislature has really no say, other than when you come back and ask for additional funds.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you know, as you can tell, what we have here is 12 pages out of a 365-page manual. You really get into the weeds and some inside baseball CMS stuff really quickly when you deal with the federal government. For that reason, the agencies need the ability to pivot and make sure we can accomplish the goals that the state is going towards without being hamstrung by a law saying we're not allowed to do that. But I will tell you, Representative Barker, what we're hearing here is that if we get a recommendation from the committee to submit a waiver with XYZ features, that's a policy direction that, you know, a legislative committee is directing us to do. So, you know, in terms of managing the waiver submission process and figuring out, you know, sources of authority, should we amend a current one? Should we apply for a new one? I think those are very nuanced and very weedy determinations that are probably best made by the expert agencies who work with CMS every single day. But, you know, if we're talking about major policy shifts, I think it is very appropriate for the legislature to have a say in that. And that's what we're here for today, to see what the committee thinks the direction should be.
I have great appreciation for your response. I was just trying to daydream up here about seeing the chairman carry a bill like this on the floor, which I would imagine would take 3 days and have 1,000 questions from members.
Yeah, it's very weedy, Representative Barker, and I sympathize with everyone on the committee who does not work with Medicaid stuff on a daily basis. You hear us throwing these terms around, waivers and a 1915B, a 1915C. What does all this mean? We get it. We get it. And we kind of see that that's our role, to translate all of that bureaucratic jargon into something actionable that the state can implement. That's kind of where we see our role being.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would have kind of liked to see you carry something like this on the floor. It would have taken a while, and you would put most of the members to sleep, but you might have got it passed.
Yeah,
but
because
they're only looking for a direction from us.
Right. What I envision, and I think the whole goal of this whole committee is to recommend that we do a waiver of some shape and form besides the ID and DD waiver that we have now, a more flexible, more nimble waiver to address many of the problems that we've heard throughout these 3 days of testimony and all that kind of stuff. So I don't, and I don't believe that this is like cutting edge stuff. A lot of states, we've heard testimony, a lot of states have been very successful at addressing their folks on the waiver list and stuff like that, on the waiting list, by a more flexible waiver. So we're not in la-la land here. A lot of states have been very successful with this, but I do agree with you about it being pretty dry, and unfortunately I know more about it than I ever wanted to. So anyway, committee, further questions? Very good. Thank you, Sarah, for that. And ultimately, we do pay for that as the legislature, too. So that's one of the other things. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions online? Anybody online have questions? Okay. All right, next we have Michelle Hayden. She is filling in for Mandy Flower. Michelle, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am the HCBS, Michelle Hayden, the HCBS Director for KDADS. Interim Commissioner Flower is under the weather today, so I'm pinch hitting for her, so I hope you'll give me a little grace as I work through this. So as I've been asked to tell you from the state operating agency, KDADS, for the waivers, what our process looks like for a waiver renewal or for an amendment. So, of course, it always begins with stakeholder engagement. This whole committee is a really good example of stakeholder engagement. It provides a robust vision for the IDD waiver and services to be provided in the future. So we begin with that. We also look at the fiscal and programmatic impacts of the feedback that we get. So should, people come up with, stakeholders decide that there are certain services they want, we look at what those services are, define those services, create policy around those services, and also look at the fiscal impact and estimate how many people would take advantage of each of those services. This takes quite a bit of time. Then we write the impacts into the waiver application. And our waivers tend to be about 200 pages of very technical work. The technical assistance guide that Director Fertig referred to earlier is 365 pages, and we have to go through that pretty thoroughly in order to submit a waiver because they want very specific things in each appendix of the waiver. So we do that, then we send that to KDHE. KDHE does their review of it as a single state Medicaid agency. That might go back and forth between KDHE and KDADS for a bit until we make sure that all of our ducks are in the row. So then we begin our comment period, and it is prescribed that at least 60 days for the tribes and for public comment. We held virtual and in-person sessions that people can participate in. We advertise that on our website and on our listserv to let people know when we're getting ready to renew or amend a waiver. We then take all the comments that we received during that period of time. We put it into a spreadsheet and put it on our website, and we also put it in the public comment section of the waiver application. We're also required to respond to every comment that we get, whether we're going to make a change or take into consideration what the thoughts of are the people making those comments, and we then with that we'll make edits to the waiver. This again goes back to KDHE for another review, and then it is submitted to CMS. Again, then the 90-day clock starts that Secretary Fertig was telling you, or Director Fertig was telling you about. In my experience, we have always gone past the 90 days, that they start out with an informal request for additional information. We answer those questions. They're usually 80 to 100 very technical questions they ask, and then we send that back to them and it goes back and forth. Then if that isn't completed in 90 days, it goes into an RAI process where they stop the clock and we keep working until we get an approved waiver. So for the next page, currently we're getting ready to start the renewal process for the current IDD waiver. We've already had some stakeholder input in a few sessions with InterHAD and the DD Council. We plan to have more moving forward. And of course, we're taking feedback from this group as well. So January through April, we'll be looking at the services, analyzing the fiscal and programmatic impacts from the stakeholder feedback. By September of 2023, we will submit to KDHE for review and provide proposed changes to CMS. Then in October of 2023, we'll start the official public comment period. December of 2023, we'll gather all those comments together, answer those comments, make any changes to the waiver that we need to make, and go through a KDHE review. And KDHE will submit the waiver to CMS. That will give them 180 days to review the waiver. So we're looking at our renewal date for July of 2024. So it's quite a lengthy process. On the next page, just kind of gives you a breakdown of the multitude of steps we need to go through in order to review a waiver. And this example comes from our recent work on doing waiver amendments to extend Appendix K pandemic flexibilities into the waivers moving forward. We've gotten a lot of feedback from stakeholders of certain things they liked that we did while we were during the pandemic. That includes paid family caregivers, virtual delivery of service, and we did some changing for the performance measures. So note, we started this process just over a year ago. And we've used that to complete research, develop performance measures, and look at fiscal impacts. Many staff from KDADS and KDHE are involved in this process before actual amendment process begins. In this example, the start of the actual amendment process was 5/5 of 22. So on the next page, KDADS projects for an amendment to be effective January 2023. Current status of those amendments is that we're still working with CMS to obtain approval. In a recent conference that I attended, CMS reports that they've had a 300% increase in workload with the same number of staff since the pandemic, which really accounts for a lot of the time frame being moved out quite a bit. Currently, all 7 of our waivers are either in an amendment process or renewal process. Waivers in renewal would mean that we would have to write an additional 8th waiver. That is time and labor intensive. The autism and SED renewals were targeted to be completed by April of 22. We are now looking at December 26th of 22. I'm not sure that we will make that date either, based on the multitude of feedbacks that we've gotten from CMS to make changes within the waiver. Currently, the waiver amendments were unbundling the assistive services, virtual delivery of services, make it possible for married couples on the IDD waiver to both receive residential services. And we were shooting for a start date of January 1st, 2023. But we are thinking that it's going to take longer than that. We do have assurances from CMS that we will have those done in time for when the Appendix K flexibilities are projected to end in July of 2023. That is my presentation. I will stand for questions.
Very good, thank you. Brenda, did you have a question?
Yes. What's the status of the HCBS settings transition and other compliance issues that may affect a community support waiver? Can you just give us a sense of that so we understand whether it would, what your thinking is about new waiver versus amend an existing waiver?
So we are on target to be able to have our state transition plan approved by March of next year. We have been working closely with CMS. Again, they are wanting a lot of information for our state transition plan. They have not, as far as I know, have not come back with any of our sites as to what they want to do with the sites that require heightened scrutiny. But we are continuing to work with them on that. And again, they have assured us that they're going to help us, make the date of March 17th, 2023 with a fully approved state transition plan.
And how long will the state transition plan take to implement? So if it's going to be approved by March, are you asking for like 5 years to implement it?
So actually, it will be ongoing. There's not a implementation necessarily. We're going to have ongoing monitoring for to assure that our providers and sites are in compliance with the final rule.
Okay. And the only reason I'm asking again is if there's an ongoing transition and you're not 100% compliant on March of 2023, if you want that time to come into compliance, you'll want to amend an existing waiver rather than a brand new waiver. Does that make sense?
Sort of, Brenda. Yeah.
I don't know.
My feeling is that we would be, and this is just from my experience, that I think we'd be better off keeping our comprehensive waiver and looking at a new waiver to bring in these community support waiver, because that would be financially better and have more flexibilities for people being served on the waiver. I think that the objective was to look at the waiting list and to try and make sure that we are serving everybody that we can. The current rate for the comprehensive waiver would be higher than a community support waiver.
I think we're all talking, we're talking past each other. I think we're talking about the autism waiver and changing the autism waiver into the comprehensive waiver, or the community supports waiver, and reserving slots for the autism kiddos so that they stay on forever. That's
okay.
And the reason I'm asking is because I'm not sure that our providers can be 100% compliant with the HCBS transition rule, like on the timeline that you've got. Sorry. And that's the only reason I'm asking is I'm just curious because I don't know that Kansas is in a position to be 100% compliant on the timelines that you're talking about. So, that's why I'm asking the question.
Right. So we continue to work with CMS. I can't answer your question specifically because we're still working through it at this point. They have, told us that they're going to continue to work with us as far as making sure everybody's compliant, and that part of our plan is to have an ongoing process and staff that will be monitoring all of our service providers for compliance with the HCBS final settings rule.
Right. And I think my intention is just to ask if we're going to be forbidding then providers that are not in compliance from participating, because they would have to be 100% compliant from day one with a brand new waiver. And I don't know I just don't know if that's in Kansas's best interest. I don't know.
Right. So I know there are a number of providers that just provide services in a person's home, and we consider a person's home compliant. It's really that we're looking at residential and day providers on the IDD side, as well as our assisted living facilities who support our folks on the FE and PD waivers.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No, that's helpful.
Thank you.
Good. Kathy.
I just want to ask a question with all that. Just want to make sure I haven't got lost in all the jargon here. So just to be clear, because one thing I've learned is about unintended consequences. So if we move to a 1915 B or C and we get rid of an 1115, does that mean we would get rid of the comprehensive waiver, or would the comprehensive waiver still stay under one of those other? Asking Sarah probably.
Answer that.
Director Fertig.
Mr. Chairman, it would be under the 1915B.
So we wouldn't lose our comprehensive waiver, it would just move?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And committee, I might just add, I'm not sure how much testimony we've had, quite frankly, to combine the autism waiver. I'm not sure that's a fight we want to get into. And, so I don't know that that's on the table. Just to clarify, that's kind of what we talk about other unintended consequences and issues and stuff like that. So I'm kind of looking right now that that's a fight for another day because of the testimony that we've had or lack of testimony from the autism folks and that kind of stuff. So I think that's off the table as far as I'm concerned. The committee, you're welcome to weigh in on that, but I just, again, Brenda?
There was an autism task force earlier where that was one of the things that was a recommendation on a task force. I don't think that task force report has come out. I think the issue is the kiddos would then get to stay on forever. They wouldn't have to go back on another waiting list. But, and if you reserve slots for those kiddos, they could stay on forever. I think their advantage of it, and the thing of it is you need to think about where you are with your transition plan, because if you don't, then the providers you would literally have providers who couldn't participate. I know Nan really loves the autism waiver, but the issue is if you want kiddos to be able to stay on from their date of diagnosis on and never have to get off and not have to omit providers because of the transition plan, you need to think about it. And again, it's a detail.
Okay, Jerry?
Thank you. I think we absolutely need to have rolling the autism waiver into the IDD waiver as part of the conversation. Just from our own personal experience in my family, not having the communication that we needed from the CDDO has cost us literally years of time when we could be moving my son, for example, closer to being eligible for services. And because of a flaw in the communication, whether it's just because of the CDDO or because of the system as a whole, it doesn't really matter. What matters is if our intention is to get every Kansan who needs these services, we need to make it as seamless as possible to where there is no crack to fall through. So I think the autism waiver has to be on the docket.
Nanette?
So just to clarify, Kathy and Brenda was on it as well, co-chaired the Autism Task Force. There was a lot of conversation about the confusion in regards to navigation. There is already, for every child who is served on the autism waiver, there is the expectation of continuity. So those children do stay on services. So if they've been offered, if they are actually on the waiver, so that continuity is there. I think I agree with the chairperson that I think it's too complicated if we want this to move quickly, it sounds like it's complicated for KDADS as well as KDHE. Looking at that change is a different discussion. The autism waiver and whether or not that still meets the need. I believe I shared last time, I was on the group, that's why I raised my hand. I actually helped write the waiver. The stakeholders, we typed it, we did the whole shebang in regards to that application process. So I was very invested in it, but it was an early intervention waiver and it has changed since then because of things that moved to state plan. But I agree that I think it's a different discussion. I think it makes it too complicated to mix it in with this community support waiver. Children with autism should be eligible for this regardless.
So what's the status of the Autism Task Force? Are they waiting on recommendations or is it done?
So the recommendations were finalized. I believe they were with the Secretary for approval, is the last update that I had. So those recommendations were provided.
Brenda?
And the whole point of the task force that they made is we want to get rid of the IDD waiver, and there's no point to the autism waiver except to have 65 reserved slots and then the kids get on. I mean, there's no services in it. They're not getting anything. The community supports waiver is going to fix a lot of the problems that the Autism Task Force said. I know you haven't seen a lot of those, but why have an extra silo if you don't need it?
Okay. I don't disagree with that. I know we just haven't spent a lot of time on that. We've heard Representative Ballard.
Actually, that's because, when we first started with trying to get this waiver, we didn't have any guidelines, as what you're saying. We didn't have any of that in the process, and we had such a large number, and we tried to say, how can you serve when you knew you could only serve, as you said, this small number? And so it's sort of like you had to just make a decision on where you were going to go on it. But then as it continued to grow, and then there was additional money put in, we never changed what I think is what I hear you say, how we set up those guidelines many years ago. And it probably is time to modernize, if that's what we're doing, not reform, but modernize it in terms of how we can reach out and how we can do more. So I'm going to agree with you on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Further discussion? Jawanda?
I'm not sure who this question is for, if it can be answered, but I'm curious to know, do we think there'll be a percentage of people on the comprehensive waiver that would qualify for the community waiver and would move over, opening up spots on the comprehensive waiver? I'm trying to make sure I get the words right.
Yes, there are a number of people that are on the comprehensive waiver that do not receive residential, do not receive day services, which are the more expensive services. They may just have like PCS, personal care attendant, et cetera. So we would see that that would be something we'd need to look at as far as where everybody is placed and on what waiver, where they would be served. I don't have a percentage for you, but yeah, you're correct.
Committee, further questions? Well, just from my looking at it, it may not free up slots, but it will certainly give services to folks that are on the wait list that have not, that don't need the comprehensive waiver is kind of where I'm looking at for that. Is not necessarily it'll free up slots, but it will certainly take folks off of there that are needing just a few services versus signing up for the 13. So that's
Correct.
kind of my limited knowledge on this. So anyway, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Committee, were there any further discussion on that item there? Okay. Next, Hina, are you on? At 10? So we got 5 minutes. Well, let's take a 5-minute break then. Okay, very good. Okay, committee, we're going to bring the meeting back to order. Oh, yeah.
My hearing aid stopped working.
Oh, it did?
I had to go out and reboot my phone and everything.
Oh, is
Working
that
now.
right? Okay, good, good, good.
These are new ones that I got from the VA.
Oh, cool. Very good. All right. Hina, are you on?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you again for the invitation. So good morning, Chair Carpenter and members of the special committee. My name is Hina Shah, and I'm a senior analyst and portfolio strategist at the Kansas Health Institute. KHI is a nonprofit, nonpartisan educational organization based here in Topeka. It was founded in 1995 with a multi-year grant from the Kansas Health Foundation. And so I am joining you remotely from Virginia. My colleague Cynthia Snyder is in the building right across the street at KHI. So again, thank you for the opportunity to present the work group discussion today. The work group was comprised of both roundtable and special committee members. Their charge was to discuss elements of the community support waiver for consideration by the special committee. And now the work group met twice. They met on October 17th and then again on October 21st to review and discuss components of the community support waiver. And then between work group meetings, the roundtable members completed a short survey about services, individual budget authority, assessments, and cost caps. And this was to assist with facilitation of the second meeting, really to get a pulse from the group. So the testimony that you see before you is a compilation of themes related to the work group's discussions. This includes high-level discussions around considerations or recommendations for certain components of the community support waiver. And the way we've laid out the testimony is we've basically each bold is a component of the community support waiver. Then it provides the questions that were posed to the group for discussion, any comments, and any recommendation language from the work group. Now, the services component that's later in the testimony includes services for consideration on the waiver. There is some order to the priority, but there wasn't consensus there. So it's really thinking through the different types of services to offer. We also provide a high level definition, just to level set everyone, and then any recommendation language or reference to another state's policy. Now, the working group did discuss that there needs to be continuing conversations around the definitions for each of the services as it's provided on the waiver. So for those future efforts, there are examples of definitions that are provided by the roundtable members, and that's what's compiled in Appendix A. So the testimony is 8 pages. I think the appendix is about 70 some pages, so that's why that looks a little thick. And also included in Appendix A are additional examples of enabling support services that are available in Missouri. So I'll ask you to go to page 2 of the testimony. And so, Chair Carpenter, are you comfortable with me going through each component and kind of a high-level overview of the discussion?
Yes.
Okay. So starting on page 2 of the testimony, the work group discussed administrative roles first. The group agreed to maintain roles as established in statute, so no statutory language would need to be revised, but they did say that further discussion would need to be had around the targeted case management and managed care organizations. Then moving on to eligibility criteria. Most of these components are pretty similar to what you see on the current comprehensive waiver. However, the group did recommend that the autism waiver be incorporated into the community support waiver. In addition, there was some lengthy conversation around the housing requirements. So the recommendation from the work group was to not include supported living, which is currently on the comprehensive waiver. So that would be one delineation between the two waivers. Next, they talked about the special income or the 217 group. And this is really talking about, if parental income should be treated as if their child was in an institution. This is really thinking through what are ways to avoid children becoming a custody of the state And so this is one workaround that could be taken. And so that's what the work group recommended. Next, they discuss cost caps. They did talk about that there should be some, cost cap or process for there should be some exceptions, clear delineations of when, an individual should move from the community support waiver to the comprehensive waiver. And definitely to look at data to monitor and adjust the cap amount so that there aren't times when I think there were definitely individuals and self-advocates that talked about how cap amounts aren't adjusted over time, and then it becomes a little difficult to get the services they need. Regarding assessments and which assessment tool to have on the community support waiver, the consensus was not to include the basis as an assessment, but there wasn't consensus on which to include in lieu of that. There are several suggestions around the CIS or the MIFI that could be used, and that would be something that would need to be discussed further. Around service plan development, really thinking through who would be responsible and how often, with the statutory language in place right now, it's really working with the CDDOs and having annual touch points. That could be a consideration. The biggest thing that the work group talked about, though, is person-centered planning, making sure there are tools available so that that is put into place. Life course is something that the group had heard about, but there are other person-centered tools available. Self-direction. Self-direction is something that the group talked about in that the state should consider this for all or select services. There definitely should be some training and support, around creating that budget. And then they discussed capping the individual budget authority. So around QI strategies, so quality improvement strategies and metrics, should that be the same on this waiver as it is on the current comprehensive waiver? The discussion was really around the yo-yo effect of how to prevent individuals from going back and forth on each waiver. That would be an unintended consequence. And so really thinking through, the process of when to move an individual from the community support waiver to the comprehensive waiver and making sure that that yo-yo effect does not take place. The one thing that the group did not have a chance to discuss is kind of prioritizing who would be taken off the current wait list to go to the community support waiver and criteria around that. That was not a point of discussion. I will pause there. Chair Carpenter, would you, I can stand for questions there before going into services or go through the services.
Let's go ahead and answer questions or ask questions at this up to here. Committee questions. Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My question is about assessment. The work group comments was the consensus to not include basis as an assessment for the community support waiver, and then mixed viewpoints on CIS and MFEI. So part of the comment was that CIS is potentially expensive and complicated. Do we have any more information about that? Because part of what we heard about basis was that it was quite expensive. So can any, and this gets back to when we say it's expensive, what does that really mean? Can anyone address that?
Craig, do you have your hand up to address that?
No, I had a question for afterwards. Sorry.
Okay. don't see our university folks on. I'm looking through. I don't know if they're in the room.
Hina, Nanette has potentially an answer for that.
So, and this is, I am not the expert on this, but my understanding from previous groups that I've been on is it's the licensing that is one of the barriers with CIS. So it's the qualifications. So the cost is actually for the tool itself, whereas the basis does not have a cost aligned with it. Neither does the inter-RAI or the MIFI. There's not a fee to utilize that. But I think asking KU for what is the cost, and then also that the other cost component was the individualization of it, which, as mentioned, I think at the last meeting, they worked about 6 years to make the inter-RAI Kansas, to get the Kansas information and to ensure that for at least our current members, that eligible or not is there. And I would say one of the comments was that the financial component was not completed on the inter-RAI, but you would not necessarily need tiers for the community support waiver. So it's actually the tier system of the comprehensive waiver that was not finalized yet on the MIFI. And I don't know, Carrie Wendell Hummel was on originally. She may be able to provide more for that.
Mr. Chair, could I?
Sure.
Or was someone going to add more information?
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I would point to page 9 in the lavender sheet that had the responses. While it doesn't provide any specific cost estimate as to, what the cost of the CIS assessment is, it does provide kind of an outline of what it would take to accomplish that might be helpful. Very top of page 9. And then on page 8, there's information also about the transition cost for MIFI.
So, Mr. Chair, a follow-up question that I do have is, this was actually submitted to me, and I think it was submitted to other members of the committee, but when we were discussing the strengths-based assessment, so CIS, versus basis. So on the one hand, there was a concern of the intrusiveness of basis, and was that necessary every single year? But on the other hand, one of the questions submitted to us was, would CIS adequately reflect the subset of DD individuals and adequately address their dangerous behaviors and reflect the needs of medically complex individuals who can't speak or defend themselves? So, it's interesting because one of the things I do remember from our last meeting is it was shared with us that other states are doing, surveys annually after the initial survey, but annual surveys that are limited to just 6 or 8 questions, I think is what I heard. So how do we make sure that when we are doing the assessment, did this subgroup really address the issues of, do the survey that we select, does it adequately reflect the needs of the different individuals, since there is such a broad spectrum of what those needs might be, and also that notion that needs change? And I see a hand across you.
Brenda, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, it's my understanding in talking to several of the other people since that meeting that the MIFI work group did divide the MIFI into 2 parts. And if I'm wrong, work group, tell me. and that there is a shorter version with the minimum number of eligibility questions like we talked about. That's already been done for the MIFI. And then there's a longer piece that then the MCOs would use for the needs assessment. And Nan's nodding her head, so I got that right. That has already been done for the MIFI. It has not been done for the SIS. So I think that where we were talking about the other day, that the CD, and I did not know this at the time, but the CDDOs and the MCOs work together on the MIFI, and they've already got like a 6 or 7 question MIFI for the basis that is not intrusive. It supports strengths-based. I'm watching Interhab. I got that right. And it's my understanding that it fits in then with the MCOs, and it's a longer supportive needs assessment. And so that has been done on the MIFI. They would be starting from scratch on the SIS, is my understanding.
Okay. Hang on, I've got a couple of folks online here. Craig Knudsen?
Yes, this isn't with the assessment. This is for an earlier question. But I would say with regard to the assessments, I would caution the committee to not embrace an idea of being penny smart and pound foolish. When we take a look at the overall IDD budget and then our state's fiscal effort towards that, it's a considerable investment by the state. Right now, we currently spend, I believe, roughly $600 million, all funds, on IDD services. And so I think whatever assessment tool we use, we should always go for the one that is, number one, strengths-based, and number two, supported by the research that shows that it is an effective tool for adequately assessing what people needs are. But the question I had earlier goes back to something that Hina said, and I was hoping to get some clarification on that. She stated that the work group mentioned that there would be no supported living as a service under the community supports waiver. And I was wondering if I could get some clarification on this. Does this mean that no in-home supports for the person for like activities of daily living? No, I see Nan shaking her head no. So maybe if someone could explain what the supported living is as opposed to the other type of supports that might be offered, I'd appreciate that, just for clarification.
So Craig, in the discussion, it's the delineation of that residential support. So we do, in Kansas, there are providers who do shared living, and some of them call it supported living. That is a residential placement, not and it is licensed under residential. So that's the difference. So supported apartment living, or supporting someone in their individual, it's on page 3, kind of where it delineates that. So that was the differentiation. So absolutely supported apartment living was included.
Okay, just wanted to make sure of that. Thank you.
Well, and while that comes up, I think that there are some issues that we're going to have about definitions and clarification on definitions as different people talk about what they think respite care means and personal care means. We're going to have to flesh that out because I think there's the real definition of those is not what some folks think. So anyway, at some point in time, we will flesh that out today. So anyway, next online, I have Shay Tanis. Shay?
Hi, thank you, Chairman. I wanted to speak to the SIS, the response of the SIS. I didn't catch the first question, but inferring from the responses about the cost of the SIS, it does go directly through the American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities. What is a component element of those costs, however, is certainly the training and fidelity that it leads to the integrity of that instrument. Now, as you're also talking about the concerns that the instrument would have with those with people with more unique needs, behavioral, medical concerns, there are 2 components of the sports intensity scale that directly address those 2 items. They are considered a piece of the scale, and those interpret and change what would be the alternative score for a person, including what would be significant medical and or behavioral needs. So what we have seen, unfortunately, sometimes with the SIS is that those 2 pieces have been taken out of the sports intensity scale, which you can imagine how that would change the outcome of that scale, but it is included so that we can significantly understand the changes in a person's life as a medical or behavioral concern comes up in their support needs. So I wanted to be sure to address those two items, and it would be a relatively easy thing for us to contact our colleagues at the American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities to get that cost of the supports intensity scale for the state. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Committee questions. Jawanda. And then,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Representative Landwehr, did we ever get, and it may have been in a bunch of stuff that I've received, did we ever get what the cost of some of these changes that are being requested and asked for from other states and what they ended up with?
Not that I'm aware of. I have not seen that. Anybody? Orida, do you have any?
Mr. Chairman, we only heard back from one state. I believe it was Ohio. I'm looking here to see what page that was on. Page 13, 14, thank you. We contacted several different states, but that's the only one we heard from.
Okay, very good. Okay, Representative Landwehr, I don't think we've heard any information regarding that, so. Okay, Jawanda?
Yeah, my question goes to the self-direction. Imagine that. So self-directed services in Kansas right now does not mean individual budget authority. It means, which is not what my experience is common across the country. So on our definition of self-direction allows individuals with IDD to choose their own services and supports to live independently. But is the intent of that it would allow individual budget authority? Because we're actually talking about two different things, right?
Yeah, I think they might be. Can anybody answer that? Anybody have an answer for that? Brenda?
Yeah, I'm looking at page 4 on self-direction has two parts. It's got employer authority and it's got individual budget authority. The issue of choice is everybody has choice of services and choice of who their participating provider is. So every service should have choice. And then if you have employer authority, you get to choose, hire and fire your workers. And if you have budget authority, you get to decide how much to pay them. And so I think that's where Jawanda's coming from.
I don't know where you're at, but that's not exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about just the people you hire and how much you're going to pay them. We're talking about people actually being able to direct their budget to support what they actually need.
Right, and sorry, that's individual budget authority across services.
Okay, where are you at? I don't know where you're at.
I'm in Hina's testimony on page 4.
I don't know where mine doesn't say what hers is.
And it's got the heading of self-direction. So I would just say every service beneficiaries are supposed to have choice. The issue is do they have employer authority, the ability to hire and fire, and do they have budget authority, the ability to pay what they want? And then you can have individual budget authority across a whole bunch of services, because right now we've only got self-direction really in personal care. But individual budget authority across services would be that you get 5 services and you can decide to move money between services as you need them if you have an emergency.
So is that what this says, Mr.
No.
Chair, Brenda?
No.
That's not what that says as I read it. My reading comprehension used to be pretty good, but it may not be. But I'm not. The way I'm reading this is different than what you're reading, Brenda, and it may be me. I may be misinterpreting it.
No, I'm trying to give a technical, but everybody has choice, and then there's employer authority, and then there's budget authority. And then the budget authority can go across services or it can be for one service. And I think those are the questions, those are the options. And I'm trying to just be very linear about what the options are. So I would just take that little section and just say those things. And I see Rocky's nodding his head. Those are your options. I'm not trying to sway one way or the other.
No,
Just-
and I didn't mean to, I hope I didn't mean to intend that, Brenda.
Okay, yeah.
Well, that's kind of what we're, talking about with this definition deal that we're going to have to get nailed down here by the time it's over with, because different people think different things when they hear self-direction versus individual budget authority and all that kind of stuff. So, Kathy?
Okay, I've been taking notes because I have 3 things to go back on. So first is about this self-direction, and I think the way it's stated, discuss capping individual budget authority. I think to Joanda's point, we don't currently have individualized budget authority. I mean, it's okay to cap it, but there, as I've talked about before, there is one program in the state that allows for true individualized budget authority under HCBS, aside from the STEPS program, and that's through one service provider in Shawnee County called TARC, and it's called Self-Determination Program, where people do have individualized budget authority. And I'll again say we need to research that to get a better understanding, because we have a good model in our own state that we could build upon. That's my first comment. I'm going to flip back because I've been making some notes. So on page 3, I think when everybody was reading about the community support waiver, because it says the community support waiver would not include supported living, I think maybe to clarify that, I think the consensus that I've been hearing is that it won't include residential supports. Because when you throw in supported living, people get all kinds of confused. That does it mean about the, supported in an apartment? But if you put residential supports in there, that makes it really clear that it's residential services. So that was a comment about that. And then my last comment, I think, was about under the assessment, and my remembering from the conversation for the community support waiver was, I didn't necessarily remember we said absolutely no basis. What I remember the discussion being was either basis or MIFI would get us there more quickly, because there's already been 6 years of work done on the MIFI. And so that was my recollect, but it was 2 days after a major surgery and I was on some pretty good drugs. So, I don't know. But that's what I remember. Anyway, and so the other thing I like to say, I don't remember who the person from the university is talking about the SIS. My experience working in different systems, not just SIS systems, but across the board, at the consumer end, is it always comes down to money. It always comes down to money for providers, for everybody across the state, which I get it. But I like that there might be 2 components that would measure for people with medical and behavioral complexities. But that would have to absolutely be a requirement, because what happens in our state is, and foster care, this system is, if we don't absolutely require it, then all of a sudden we won't be measuring for it, because if we don't measure for it, then people won't qualify for higher needs, and then we won't have to pay more. So to kind of Senator Baumgartner's comments earlier, like the tool has to be able to, it can be strengths-based, but you also have to be realistic about what the person's needs are ongoing, every day, 24/7. And so if we use the SIS, I just would say that there has to be some stipulations that it cannot be negotiable whether or not those 2 components are used on every single person that assessment happens to.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hina, were you going to try to get us wrangled back into line here? Or
I think you're definitely doing just fine, but the only thing I was going to say is, especially around self-direction, thank you, Brenda, for the clarification. I just want to make sure roundtable members and everyone recall that this is a new waiver, so you get to do what you want. It's not what the state is currently doing. You get to decide what you would like on this waiver, and so that's why the work group discuss components of the waiver, so that if you wanted self-direction, as the work group members talked about for all these services, you could ask for it. And so this is your opportunity to say, yes, the comprehensive waiver has this, we're not touching that, but what could be the possibilities on modernizing with this new waiver, if that helps.
Very good, thank you. Dr. Tanis.
Hi, thank you, Chairman. I did just want to make comments that in many of these waivers, there are, as CMS requires the application, there are consistent categories by which a agency or department, as they submit a waiver, have to identify whether or not they have within them. And one of those is certainly budget authority and employer authority. And that's where a lot of that language comes from. And I want to be able to set that context so that the work group and the roundtable and this committee understands that those are generally items that are within the waiver application. And so those are the items that are selected, and that's where some of that definition comes from. And so I would relay some of that information from the CMS application for 1915C waivers and B waivers, that there is some outline there that can help with definitions and clarity around what those mean.
Very good, thank you for that. Senator Baumgartner.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, one more question.
All right.
Since we got some more information with regard to employer authority and budget authority, this is really directed to the parents that are here today. Can you share with us, are there times in which there's conflict or disagreement with service providers as to what they approach? So if you have multiple individuals providing services, is there ever a problem where there's disagreement on that, the different services that the individual should receive by those providers? And how is that overseen? Who plays referee on that?
Anybody? Kathy?
Well, I feel very privileged that we are part of the self-determination project through TARC. So through that, there really is no, like, we sit down annually and we meet with our coordinator of services to develop our budget. And as long as it's something that's identified in each of my guys' person-centered support plans of needs they have, they're there just to kind of do the paperwork. There really is no big argument about, what you should do or not. As a self-directed family, like who does self-direction in the employer aspect, we interview, hire individuals to come work with our children, and there's never, like, I have them fill out the paperwork and go through the FMS provider, and there's never been a FMS provider that said, unless there's a background concern, that said, oh, we won't hire that person for you, Kathy, go back to the drawing board. So I've not ever had any self-direction is wonderful. Self-determination as done by the specific program at TARC is very beneficial to families. But I have one child that will qualify for those services and one that doesn't because of biologic or adoptive relationships. So it's complicated.
I would just, it's so loud, I don't really need that. But anyhow, I would agree with Kathy overall, based on our experience and the experiences I know of. Has not really been an issue with providers not getting along. It's actually more an issue that something in, like my daughter's plan is not, transportation is not available. And they can't do anything to help you. Even though they would like to do something to help you. So our experience has been very similar to Kathy's, and I have found the fiscal providers to be very good to work with, to jump through hoops to try to help you make everything work. We had a little issue when my daughter went to college, and they just hopped to it and helped us quickly with that. So for us, it's really more that the service is just not available.
Very good. Jerry Mashad.
Thank you. I raised my hand for the comment on the assessment, but to this question on, how do providers work together for the good of the person, I would, I believe what's been described by the two moms here is pretty appropriate to what we try to do in the provider network too, to be focused on the individual, their needs, what we can do within the parameters. The limitations are real, as was described, like the transportation and such. So that would be my comment there. I do have another comment about the assessment when you're ready for that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sure. Just with regard to the subcommittee's work and the selection, I guess, or where we wanted to put our energy, my thought on it has always been, you know, having a strength-based system is wonderful, and if we can work to that, that's great. The basis is, as many challenges that it might present in terms of the deficit approach. It does have the components of the financing side of it for the funding of the system. And then as we look at a support waiver possibility here, to have different assessment tools, of which whatever we would land on as a new approach, if you will, it would have to have a funding component. And then if there is to be kind of seamless ability to move as a person's needs grow, to go between support waiver and the comprehensive, to have different assessment tools in operation, just sounds to me like it has the makings to be adding more complication to a complicated system already.
Well, thank you for that. That was something I was just going to mention. If we go with a separate tool for the community support waiver, are we going to have the same tool for the comprehensive waiver? And I'm not sure. That would be a waiver amendment through CMS. So, Director Fertig, do you have any idea whether we would have to do that and have the same assessment tool for both waivers? Or could we go with something different with the new waiver?
You know, having not been through that process before, I'm always loath to guarantee anything with certainty when we're talking about CMS approvals. I don't think we would. But again, you don't know until you actually go through that approval process with CMS.
Well, as Jerry just mentioned, though, is if they're going to go back and forth between the two, if you don't have the same assessment tool, I just see a lot of problems there. And that's not CMS. I'm just saying, just from my own
Sure.
trying to transfer folks back that are differently assessed, seems to me like a problem right off the bat.
Mr. Chairman, my guess is CMS would have a number of questions for the state as to why we took that approach.
Yeah, I bet. Okay, let's try to wrap this up very quickly.
Yes. Okay, I just want to make one more comment about self-direction. It's very beneficial for families. I did a
Hang on just a second. Let's go with just the assessment tool for a minute and get that off of our plate, because
and we can go back there. Okay.
we're kind of going back and forth the assessment. So let's just do assessment, finish that up, then we'll move on. Okay, assessment questions. Jawanda.
I don't really have a question, but I do have a comment on the assessment. I believe, if I was paying attention, that we heard probably more about how horrible the basis assessment is than anything else we heard from testimony. And, you know, I'm a mom, but I also an advocate, and I advocate for a lot of people besides my daughter. And when I say the basis assessment is humiliating and disrespectful, it isn't just to my daughter, it's to a lot of people. And I think there's a reason why that assessment is not used anywhere else in this country, to my knowledge. That's what I've been told. And there are 39 states that use the SIS-A and have figured out how to use it. And maybe that's not what we're going to use, but I really would love to see this committee come to the decision that we are not going to be using the basis assessment for any of our waivers. So just my very strong feelings about that.
And I can appreciate that. How much distraction do we want at this time from what we're trying to accomplish is all I'll say. Sean?
I want to echo what Jolanda said. I'm the parent of a kiddo on the waiting list, and that basis is humiliating for him to go through, and we heard lots of parents say that. And I have two statements on the assessments. One is, when will we move on from the basis? We've heard from families consistently for years about how awful that tool is, and at some point you got to rip the Band-Aid off and make a decision. You know, now we have to get this community support waiver done with this committee, but there needs to be a separate process to follow what's already been done with the MIFI or some other thing to get us away from the basis. Or 20 years from now, are we going to be back here talking about the basis still? It has to be done at some point. The second thing I was going to note is that there's testimony about the consistency and training for eligibility statewide and how CDDOs conduct eligibility, and that it's acknowledged that the state needs to invest a lot more in training for consistency and eligibility, and the state needs to invest a lot more in having more people have inter-rater reliability and actually be consistent on how they do eligibility tools. And so whatever the cost is for any new assessment, we're going to have to invest significantly in training and making sure we get that eligibility consistent statewide, especially with the new community support waiver. And that's not being done right now with the basis. You see it in the testimony. So why not move on to something that we can start from scratch with, and having the appropriate training and all of that available? And I'll also note that one of the costs of the SIS is about providing you all of that kind of stuff on a platter in terms of the training and those inter-rater reliability for eligibility, things like that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. This is questions about the assessment. Okay, very good.
So I just wanted to point out, I have heard many complaints about the basis for years. That is the reason that the MFEI, which is based on the inter-RAI, which is also internet validated tool, all of that. So when we talk about the SIS, we're really talking about that in comparison to the inter-RAI. And I think we could also get the information about how many states are using the inter-RAI. There was a decision by the state and by the work group at KU to pursue the inter-RAI and make it make it responsive to Kansas needs. It was, I think they shared 6 years that a group of stakeholders worked on that KU ran the technical assistance for that in addition to WSU. I just feel like it would be important that if you are going, the original plan was going to follow up the basis. So there was a discussion that is the phasing out of the basis will be going to the inter-RAI. So I just think knowing that if you're going to move on, it would make sense to do the one. I think that you've already put a lot of Kansas money in.
Kathy, very quickly.
Yeah, it's about the assessment. I agree with you, Chairman Carpenter, that I don't want this to hang us up from moving. I don't like the basis. I have to do it. But the reality is some of those uncomfortable questions are realities for some of my kids. They do smear feces. They do some of those things. And it does require extra time and support and staff. And it makes it even more difficult to find people to help. So those are the kind of questions we have to make sure whatever other tool will capture that that's the reality for people that have kids on the other end or the more complex end of the spectrum that we have to make sure we cover. But I don't want to get hung up on which tool. I agree with Nan that if we've worked 6 years on something, why are we going to throw that all out the waste? If we want to rip the Band-Aid off basis, I'm good with that. But let's move forward with something we've already invested 6 years of time in, perhaps.
Representative Ballard.
I'm just going to ask the question. If there has been complaints for years about the basis assessment, and I see here that it's we're paying like $150 for each assessment. My question is very simple. Why are we still using basis? Now, if somebody wants to answer or not, but if not, I think that's a relevant question to ask, because if somebody had been complaining for as long as I hear you say you're complaining and everything, then there must be a reason why we're still hanging on to it And maybe we need to find another instrument.
Matt?
Thank you. And Matt Fletcher, roundtable member. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. Representative Ballard's question is an excellent question, and I'm sure a number of the committee is asking something similar in their own mind. Why are we still using a tool? No one likes the basis, is the truth. Providers don't like the basis. Parents don't like the basis. The problem is that, and something that I think that has not been highlighted very much in the discussions to date. The basis also is used to determine funding for individuals who receive services within the system. It's a little bit of brain surgery that we're talking about here. We have to be very careful. This is a tool that determines funding, which is why it's taken 6 years of not only the state, but providers with a lot of knowledge about how these systems work to work through a potential replacement. So ripping the Band-Aid off of this assessment tool is not a good approach. So yes, we would all like to change it. We have evaluated SIS at least on 2 occasions, if I'm not mistaken. MIFI is currently under evaluation. There's a lot of work and time that's been invested in it. My recommendation as a roundtable member would be to allow that group of experts to continue that process.
I can understand your explanation, but that's just like saying somebody's discriminating against someone, and we know they're discriminating, and they'll say, yes, but I get $5 in order to do it. I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And if what I hear was accurate, there's 39 other states not using it, and they must be still getting their funding unless they have found private funding somewhere. How are they able to do it and still get the results? Oh, my mic wasn't on as I was raving, huh?
Well, just repeat it then.
Well, I will do it briefly.
I think we all heard you.
Okay, thank you. For those online that didn't, I'm really having a difficult time with this. If other states have found another instrument that they're using and it's effective and it is not affecting their funding, they have figured out a way to do it. And I don't know why Kansas can't do that as well.
I think the frustration that you are feeling is valid. But again, I would caution that we approach this with allowing experts who understand these systems and how these tools impact funding for individuals, allowing them to lead this examination. Because there are good reasons why these examinations have been started and stopped in the past, and that has been around the impacts to fundings to individuals who receive services. And so I think we don't want to see unintended consequences occur to individuals who are in the system and receiving services. And that would be my concern about when I hear people say ripping the Band-Aid off. I think we have to we have to allow those folks who understand how these processes work to guide us through a replacement process.
So Matt, I think, would it be fair to say that this is probably more important in the waiver that we have now versus a community support waiver versus, the comprehensive waiver that we have now? Would you say that basis is probably more important to establish a level of care in the waiver that we have now versus a new waiver that has less support and not nearly as comprehensive services?
I think that is a fair statement, Mr. Chair, but I do think your observation earlier is a fair observation. What happens when individuals move between the comprehensive waiver and a new waiver? And so I'm curious myself when I heard that question asked, if there is another tool, what does occur? So as Medicaid Director Fertig pointed out, I think the questions coming from CMS on that would be very interesting, and I would be fascinated to see and be a fly on the wall in those conversations. So people far beyond my level of expertise would have to answer those. But yes, it is a legacy piece of our comprehensive waiver, which, as I would remind you, goes back to the early 1990s and predates probably anyone still remaining at any position or post within state government.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll get with you just a minute, Brenda. I have Jean Hall.
Hi, this is Jean Hall at the University of Kansas. I just want to kind of add on to what Matt was saying. It's my understanding, Carrie Wendell Hummel is not here, but my understanding is that we're still using the basis because the basis is tied specifically to the tier levels, that the MFEI would work, except that the tiers are tied to specific basis questions. So I think for the community supports waiver, the possibility that the MFEI would work is greater. There's not the tiers, and it would tie back to that transferability between the two waivers.
Very good. Thank you for that. I think then the only thing there would be the interchangeable if you went to a community support waiver or the new waiver and then had to go back on the comprehensive waiver, that may be the only issue there. Brenda.
I'm looking at the PowerPoint that was presented by KDADS, and I'm noticing on page number 5 that they say that the IDD community support waiver won't be finished until July of 2024. I think that we have plenty of time for the committee to continue to their work and to finish for the community support waiver to get to the point where we can have the MIFI for the new community support waiver effective July 2024. And at that point in time, there should also be plenty of time for the financial levels for the comprehensive waiver to be developed and to implement it. We're not talking about something that needs to be done in 6 weeks. We're talking about something we've got 18 months. There's plenty of time. CMS will be fine with you having a new waiver with the MIFI and then amending your comprehensive waiver, which is what your intent is, to get rid of the basis and to have the MIFI. It's already all set up. You just need the financial levels. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Very good. Thank you. Jerry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to express a little frustration with the concept that I've heard several times over different topics, but this one in particular, that this is how we've always done it, so therefore this is how we always should do it. That's just simply not the case. If the MIFI does not have all of the cost breakdowns and the repayment breakdowns and the funding breakdowns, there's literally no reason on the planet why we can't make it do that. And just because the basis already has that in it, that to me is an irrelevant point. It has it in it today, and it will have it in it tomorrow, but so will the MIFI if we actually say it has to. So the concept that let's not change it because we didn't change it in the past negates the whole point of us being here. And I feel like we've all put in a lot into this process, and I'd hate to have everything we're trying to do, or even some of what we're trying to do, come to a standstill simply because, well, but that's the way we've always done it. So I'd say definitely let's figure out a way to rip the Band-Aid off. Let's set a goal, let's set a process, and even if it's outside of this meeting, which I'd kind of like to see this committee continue on, let's get it done, and let's change the parameter of how we do things from this is what we did in the past, so we'll do this, to what can we do for the future.
Thank you for that. The only thing I might add to that is if it was very easy, it wouldn't have taken 6 years to get to where we are now. So I'm just saying. No, I know, but obviously from where I'm coming from, time is of the essence when we get this done, and I'm trying to knock down, things that we may or may not be able to come to an agreement with now so that we can still proceed with the community support waiver. So why has it taken 6 years without Brenda, can you answer that?
If I may.
No, I can actually answer that question. So I've worked on several waivers where we've changed assessment tools. The big thing with CMS is you have to make sure that if someone's eligible for a waiver under an old tool, the same person has to be able to get eligible under the new tool. You can't use a new tool to discriminate against people who are already on the waivers. And so when you go to a new tool, I'm just going to tell you what happens with this other state, is we literally had to take every person on the waiver and walk them to the new waiver, walk them to the new services, and make sure there was no harm. And it takes a very long time to get inter-rater reliability and validation of the tool to make sure that an ICF IDD admission criteria under the old waiver is exactly the same. That's already been done with the MIFI. That's what takes so long, and that's what took 6 years. They not only had to do it, they had to test it, and they had to make sure it worked. So you've already done the hard work. The only thing left is the financial levels for the comprehensive waiver. If you want to go forward, and I'm just going to echo the other families, let's look forward, let's not look back. Let's figure out where you're going, because if the comprehensive waiver is eventually going to get the MIFI, you might as well start the community support waiver out there.
Very good. Okay, I think we've kicked that horse long enough. Okay, any other questions?
She said not yet. Not yet.
All right.
Just
Representative Reeves.
just a little question. I know it's taken 6 years, and thank you, Brenda, for the explanation, because that makes more sense to me, knowing how many people are on the list, you know, so it would take a long time. Do we know where we are in the process now? Is it done? Can it be done?
We have had testimony already. It is done. It's programmed. It's ready to go for the community support waiver. It's my understanding training has already occurred. There still needs to be some committee work on the financial levels. Have I got it right, guys? I'm looking at, so that's where it is. It's ready to go for the community support waiver. The comprehensive waiver, you're that far. You need the committee. Did I get it right?
Yeah,
You know, we're on day 3 of the 3 days of hearings. I would have encouraged that committee or that work group to have come and provided their update directly. I've only heard on the outside what that group has been working on. It's been a very quiet, closed process for a number of very good reasons. I've heard that it's been a frustrating process from time to time, and that they took a break, actually, for the last few months to be able to process through some things that they discovered, and that they were set to reconvene later this fall and winter to work on some issues that were discovered that were problematic. And again, this has to do with some of the funding level issues that these are very difficult topics for people to work through. But at the end of the day, the people in that room want to make sure that individuals in service, that we don't set up a situation in which people in service, we have winners and losers in that scenario. I don't know if I'm making sense, but.
Very good. Thank you. Committee, is there agreement that we will move towards a new assessment tool for the comprehensive, or for the community support waiver? I think that's what I'm hearing. Okay, very good. So we're done with that topic. Okay. Hina, where are we in the middle of this?
Can we go back to self-direction for one?
Let me find out where Hina thinks we're at. She's going to have to herd us back together here. All right, Hina, where are we at? Are we have a question about self-direction. Can we get back on task after that, or where are we?
It might be helpful if Kathy is comfortable with it to discuss the services and discuss self-direction with those services. As everyone has mentioned several times, there aren't many self-directed services in Kansas. There's a handful, I think there's about 4. So individual budget authority would be a new piece for the services on the community support waiver. So as you hear about these services, so this is both employer and budget authority would be new for these services. And so as you hear about these services, and especially when we get to participant directed goods and services and all of the other services, really hearing the comments from the working group, there is a definition that's there. This is a high level setting definition. Of course, it is not the comprehensive definition that would be included in the community support waiver. This is just so there is a starting point for conversation, and everyone kind of understands at a high level what that service means. There's definitely room for editing, and there are several definitions as mentioned in the appendices. And so with that, Chair Carpenter, would you like me to go through the services? Or I can yield to Kathy for her question and then lead through that.
Let's get Kathy's question. One question I have just very quickly as a layperson that doesn't. So if you had that control over your finances and say we had a $20,000 a year cap, so would you be able to spend that money any way you see fit? How would that work?
So there are roundtable members that can answer that, but I will start you off with that service plan development on page 4. And then there are financial managers and support brokers that are all components of that as well.
Okay, very good. Kathy, your question?
Sure, my mic's on. So just my question with self-direction. So self-direction, as we know it now, and I totally get it, we can do something different with the with the community support waiver. But one of the things I wanted to kind of point out is, while it's really awesome that families can self-direct their service and be able to hire and fire staff that come into your house, there's a really big downfall with it. And I had a Cora request done with KDADS and pulled some data, and currently about 40% of individuals on the IDD waiver live with a relative. And so probably that means majority of those, I'm gonna guess, self-direct and do like our family where we hire people to come in our homes. And the downfall with that current situation is that even if we keep increasing rates to pay people a higher rate, we can still give no benefits. If I hire somebody full-time to work with one of my children, we still don't have sick days, vacation days, they don't have health insurance, whereas if they go and work with a residential provider or a day service provider, they are offered those benefits. So while self-determination, self-direction is wonderful, because I'm thinking we could all agree you wouldn't want somebody to decide who comes into your home to help take care of your kid. You would want some choice in that. But the downfall of the current way it's set up is there are no benefits for the individuals that choose that service, which makes it even more difficult for the workforce crises that we keep talking about. So you'll hear more about that tomorrow on Bethel, but I just wanted to bring it up so maybe when we're looking at the community support waiver, we can think about how might we look at policies differently to ensure that maybe the people that are helping become licensed providers and then have some obligation to provide those sort of benefits like other providers do. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Committee, further questions? Okay, Hina?
So I am at the bottom of page 4 and starting on page 5 now. The first service that was discussed by the work group was around transportation. And so the definition there talks about non-medical transportation, so into the community for non-employment related activities. And then you can also discuss employment as limited employment related services. So this was an add-on service that was discussed. It would be reimbursable. And so that was a discussion with the work group. Supported employment was another service that was discussed. This is ongoing support services allowing participants to engage in competitive work in an integral setting. Another add-on service. Really thinking through integrated work settings, really thinking about outcome of the service and sustained paid employment or above the minimum wage in an integrated setting in the general workforce. Also, the group discussed really something that meets personal and career goals. And they also talked about, especially with the recommendation language, they talked about speech and occupational therapy or other behavioral supports, maybe being a wraparound with this. When you get to individual goods and directed goods and services, these are services, supports, or goods that enhance the opportunities to achieve outcomes related to full membership in a community. And so this is the service category. This, and I will defer to roundtable members like Brenda and Nick Wood, who had offered the definition that, this is the service category, and the individual budget authority is the amount of funds that's under the control and direction of the individual, but this is a service category. And so there was conversation back and forth about maybe grouping some services under goods and services, but they wanted to be really cautious because if you lump too many in, then you would lose flexibility. For example, there was a suggestion to think about respite under goods and services, but then other worker members discussed how losing flexibility would be an issue there. This is a service that the committee could consider capping. And the work group also talked about the Tennessee waiver and the Tennessee example here. So that is the language that is provided. So the next one was on personal care. Personal care, there was a discussion about the definition there, but this high-level definition includes activities of daily living, health maintenance, supervision for health and safety, assistance with social and recreational activities, and assistance in accessing medical care. They really wanted to talk about emphasizing safety and developing social skills here as well. For respite, as I just gave the example, but this is, short-term assistance that provides relief to caregivers. The waiver could cover 14 days or 1,344 15-unit minutes per year. As I mentioned, not to include this under the goods and services to allow for flexibility. Therapy was discussed, and this is going back to that comment around different types of therapy. And the discussion there was providing habilitative speech, occupational, and physical therapy, which not be available under the state plan amendment. When you get into assistive technology, there's a few different definitions. Looking at technology first as well, and so these are all in the appendix. But if you look below, assistive technology is a device or product system. Technology first is the use of assistive technology will be considered first. And you can look at the Missouri example there. The group did discuss not to have a cap here because of the range and cost for certain technologies. And the group definitely discussed that smart home was very important. And so having home enabling services should be something that's considered here. There were some caps that were discussed, and so one cap suggested was $6,000 for home enabling services. So when you look at independent skills, independent living skills, this actually was a combination of two services to make it one large independent living skills and community engagement skills, where individuals really learn to both live independently, are able to, and also able to effectively engage with the community. And so this is providing those settings and thinking about adding language around valued activities for this service. With family caregiver support and training, this really would enhance the individual's ability, regardless of disability, to function as part of a caregiver family unit. The work group members discussed programs like START, crisis training, training for personal care workers, thinking about a tiered system of caregiving services tied to level of education and license, really thinking about after-hour care as well. So I will defer to the roundtable members to really go through kind of how the financial management services support worker roles work on the waiver, but the FMS works with people who self-direct in-home services. And so if the committee chooses to allow self-direction on all of the services, the FMS provider would help people with like payroll tasks and support other services. The work group discussed services could be tied into employment planning by the support broker. And then there was some discussion around thinking about background checks and the role that could play. The group discussed the Missouri model, and so there is recommendation language from the Missouri model. Now, the support broker assists the individuals in arranging for, directing, and managing those self-directed service. So again, these are all components of self-direction. So the work group talked about assisting families on kind of how to advertise and market for these, training for caregivers and families on how to best self-direct. And then, you know, there was some discussion on really making sure the support broker role is needed and it shouldn't be a money-making scheme off the waiver. And so as you think about the services and the entities that need to play a role, think about ways to leverage efficiencies among roles. Next, we have benefits counseling. So benefits counseling would provide individuals information about benefits and assist them with understanding options, making informed choices about going to work while maintaining essential benefits. The work group did talk about the prospect of losing benefits due to pursuing supportive or competitive integrated employment. So that's something that really needs to be addressed. But this could also be something that the support broker could do. So here you see the definitions of kind of different things that different services providers could give. Other services that were discussed at a high level were home and vehicle modifications, behavioral supports, supports and training for employing people successfully, so the STEPS program, and then the Work Opportunities Reward Kansas work program. I think Director Ferdig had talked about that one, which includes supported employment and independent living counseling. Now, the last page of this testimony on page 9 is additional components for consideration that the work group did not have a chance to really discuss in length. And it's really, as you're hearing all these words, defining support broker, FMS, TCM, so that those definitions don't overlap. Each component has its certain roles. Thinking about slots on the new waiver, whether they should be reserved, for example, for children under age 6 with autism or crisis, or individuals transferring from the comprehensive waiver. Is a wait list allowed on a community support waiver? That's a question. What should criteria be to transition between the community support and comprehensive waivers? Should it have tiers? Should there be prioritizing criteria? What are some participant safeguards and guidelines to really have put in place? What is the financial accountability? And will cost neutrality be demonstrated similarly to the comprehensive waiver, or should it be different on this waiver? With that, Chair Carpenter, I can stand for questions. And then note that Appendix A goes into each of those services at length with the definitions provided by members of the roundtable in the order that's presented.
Very good, Hina. Well, committee, as you can see, we've saved the best for last here. And it's very complicated, and I hope we can, at some, work through this today and come out with a decision we can all agree on. But it is, as we just look through those 10 pages, it's very complicated, a lot of different definitions and maybe misunderstandings about what services are provided, and I have some myself. So anyway, I'll open up for questions right now. Committee questions. Kathy Keck.
All right. So on the first, under therapy, I know we have PT, speech, although the regular traditional therapies, but as I was listening, and I know it hasn't been brought up, but if we're thinking of something new, I think we should maybe consider including the ability to help pay for service animal training. So a seizure dog for a kiddo that has seizures, or some service animal could really help somebody live independently, not pay for the animal, but service animal. To me, that's therapy. That would be an easy, something that maybe we could consider adding. And then Hina, I was chuckling because as you were reading support broker, I was writing, what is this? Does this move more money away from people in care? And is it just basically, and then you said a money-making scheme. To me, a support broker fits nicely under the FMS provider, and that's a role they should be having, is to help families who self-direct, know how to advertise, help them find people, help them post job ads if they need to. So I was chuckling because you said that right when I was writing that very thing on my paper. And then the only other thing under other services to consider, I think I sound like a old drum, but I think we really need to look at the self-determination program. It started as a pilot project, and that's why it never went anywhere, but I think we really do need to evaluate that program and what it looks like in our state to see if it's something that can be replicated. So when we think of other services to consider, I think we should at least add that to the list. And that's all. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Just backing up to that, so what is the definition of that? The technical definition of?
So the TARC program, it's called self-determination. And it's not like self-determination like you hear, like the big word. It's like
But
a
here's
program.
self-direction. Is it the same?
It's just different. So under,
Okay. It's the same. I mean, these are the kind of things that I get into.
the program is not the same. That's why I'm,
Just talk into your mic, will you, please?
Okay, TARC has a program of self-direction, of determination, but when we're talking about moving it into the big waiver, it's budget and employer authority combined, and it would be across all services. You could get the same thing, but that's how you technically do it at the community sports waiver.
but I think if we're not specific, because then people like Chair Carpenter who doesn't really know the difference, and maybe many people in this room aren't even familiar with self-determination as done through TARC as a pilot program, then I think we get confused because we think, oh, well, that's just self-direction, which it is it is the budget authority, but it's not, yeah. So I think it is different and something to be investigated, because it was a pilot project in our state that just never went anywhere. And Nan's got more insight, I'm sure.
So I was actually going to say,
Yeah.
Nanette, sorry. I was just going to say, I think we want to be careful and not use self-determination, not because what TARC does with individualized budget authority and as well as ensuring that the families have that employee relationship. But self-determination is also a term that is utilized in the disability field very broadly in regards to ways for individuals to advocate individually. That was, anyway, a little choppy. But so I think it's more important that we, instead of saying self-determination, that we really highlight we are looking at individualized budget authority and ensuring that that is there.
So maybe what we could say is looking at that and then examining it through a current program that exists through TARC, because that's, I think we're not doing it. That is the only place in Kansas we are doing it. So I would agree with you. Like the point is about individualized budget authority, and that is a program we do have locally that we could look at. So I agree, because you say self-determination and everybody thinks of the big self-determination word instead of the program. So yeah, I'm good with, we all agree.
Okay. So Ryder, did you get that down? Okay. Oh, Mike Burgers.
And the one thing that I just want to add to that is the important, adding the words across services. Because I think that, we've had that discussion, but as somebody who sat here listening, like I know what people meant, but we didn't say those specific words. So individual budget authority across services is the key piece. And that's kind of the universal, the testimony and all the discussion has been around that. But we just collectively hadn't said those words together. So just wanted to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And now 4 of us agree.
Okay, very good. Questions on anything else? Feel free. Hina, I want to go back to individual directed goods and services. That seems like a pretty broad topic there. So for the folks in the room that are experts at this, what are we really talking about there? I mean, yeah.
I actually have a waiver amendment pending for individual directed goods and services for an IDD population in another state. And it is a group of services for which CMS does have a very strict what you can use it for, what you can't use it for. It's not the sky's the limit. But it's things like you have a child who needs to have some social activities and they want to go to camp. They can't go to camp. They need a worker to go with them to camp. Or you have a service animal that you want to get trained. Oh, okay, we can use that to get the service animal trained. It's a limited pot of money to do things that are medically necessary or meet the goals of the child or the adult. When back in the old days when Kansas used to have some funds available, it would be something where once a family got a diagnosis, they could use some of that money to go to a conference to figure out what in the world anybody was talking about, or to buy some books about their diagnosis. So it's kind of a pot of money that can be used to further a goal or a need on the plan of care. It can't be used for like a gym membership for the whole family. It can't benefit the whole family. It can't be for something that's not on the plan of care. It has to be very targeted to something on the needs-based plan of care or the goals of the individual. Does that help?
A little bit, but so is there a definite list of, I mean,
there's a
that
list
we
of
can put
cans and
in
cans,
there
yes.
to say these are the services that we're talking about? Because that is very vague. I don't, that's all I'm saying. It's very vague, and so there is a list, a specific list of services that, and goods that we're talking about that they would be able to purchase.
Yes, and there's a list in the back of your packet. I have to find it though. Sorry.
In this sheet we're looking at here?
In the packet you're looking at.
Okay.
It's, give me a second. I got to find it. There it is. It's on page
6 of Appendix A.
Page 6
of Appendix A.
Oh, there it is.
Is that
Yes.
the one you're looking for?
Yes. It's right there. Page 6 of Appendix A, individual directed goods and services. And it literally goes through, you know, what they are. Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
good.
And I would also point out, you could also combine home-enabled services. There's different ways to combine all of these. I don't know that here on the committee, we would want to go through each one and say, take this from this and this from this, but there are ways to combine these things if you give direction.
Okay, very good. Committee.
Sir?
Rocky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On supported employment on page 5 of the document, just want to comment that there does need to be a technical correction that's made on the 3rd bullet point. As it states now, it says competitive work is defined as work which an individual is paid in accordance with the Fair Labor Standards Act. 14C subminimum wage is part of the Fair Labor Standards Act. So competitive employment, according to Kansas law, and it's defined in the Employment First law, is employment that is compensated at or above the minimum wage, but not less than the customary wage and level of benefits paid by an employer for the same or similar work performed by individuals who are not disabled. Just want to make sure that we understand that point, and because competitive employment is not FLSA subsection 14C, that would be subminimum wage, which is the opposite of competitive employment.
Okay, very good. And just, is there somebody can refresh our memory on that 14C? I had some discussion of that. There's not very many people left that do that, are there? Rocky?
I think the last time I checked, there were 24 14C certificate holders in the state of Kansas. There was one private business, and the rest were appeared to be disability service providers. As far as the total number who get paid less than some minimum wage, I don't know the answer to that. I know the answer as far as the number of certificate holders. Those are the employers who actually apply to get the ability to pay less than minimum wage. In the IDD community, it's not insignificant, the number of people. It's definitely not insignificant. There's a lot of folks with IDD who get paid some minimum wage.
Okay, thank you. Matt, do you have some information on that?
So, Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification, the 14C certificate allows for an exemption from paying minimum wage. It does not necessarily mean that individuals are paid less than minimum wage. It's actually a piece rate. So the individuals are paid based upon what they complete in terms of how many pieces they're timed on that. Some individuals actually make more than minimum wage based upon what they can actually produce. So it's, again, a complicated issue, but encourage the committee to look at it in more detail.
Any more questions? You know, I don't, just sitting here, you know, it seems pretty logical, but then again, if we're going to put some folks out of business or not have a job because of that, you know, we don't want to do any harm. I think that there may be a little bit more. Mike, do you have some comments on that?
Yeah, and just for context here, the discussion and Rocky's point was just this is around a specific service-supported employment. So I think the bigger discussion that you were referencing would be outside of this. We're just talking about a definition as it pertains to the supported employment service specific to that. And so I think just, and then the discussion is to make sure that we, with whatever we're doing here, it complies with existing state law with employment first. So that's, I think, a very narrow piece that, again, just talking about, you know, we normally talk about supported employment, helping people achieve competitive integrated employment. And so just making sure that those two definitions in this recommendation align with existing law, if that makes sense.
It does make sense.
Thank you.
Okay, is everybody clear on that? Okay, very good. Representative Ruiz.
Does that mean that this committee won't take up the topic of the 14C certificates? Or folks, they're being paid some piece by piece or sub-wage? Is that, would require a different committee to look at that?
You mean as far as us disallowing that from happening now? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure about disallowing, but just to look at, what does that really mean? Because there are 24 employers that have those certificates. I don't know what those are, I don't know what they do, and I'm with you. I don't want to put people out of business, but it would be good to know what that all means. And maybe that's not the role of this committee. I'm just throwing it out there.
I kind of look at that being those things that we can get off in the weeds, and it can take all the oxygen out of the room pretty quickly. But Brenda.
I think that given that this community support waiver isn't going to include congregate day habilitation, and it's going to be hopefully in compliance with the HCBS transition settings law from the beginning, it won't be an issue. Taking that out will make that okay, because you can't have congregate day habilitation under paying the sub-minimum wage and be compliant with your HCBS settings rule. So I guess the issue is you're not going to put anybody out of business, which is your concern, but you can't have that and be in compliance with this rule. This gets back to not go in the weeds. You're not putting congregate day hab in this waiver, so that change is innocuous because they're just making it consistent. Okay?
Very good. Thank you for that. Okay, committee, further questions on these services any questions that we just went through? Colin, are you there? Colin, can you hear us? Okay. Well, if he comes on, just holler at me. Okay, so Hina, what do we do from here?
From here, sir, the working group members discussed the need for delineating definitions at a later time. It does not have to be in the scope of this committee, but it could be in your purview if you would like for it to be, and that's where the appendix could be helpful. Most of the work group members, and again, Speak Up Roundtable members, discussed how it might be helpful to work with KDHE and Director Fertig and CMS to really discuss kind of components of the community support waiver if the special committee recommends this as an action. But other than that, I have nothing further. This was the discussion that was had by the work group. So that concludes my testimony.
So Hina, would you recommend that we go back through this and kind of get a consensus from the committee, agreement from the committee on each one of these services that we're talking about here? Is that a process that you could?
So you could either do that or you could leave those details for a later time. There are additional components that weren't discussed by the committee if you wanted to approach those. Those were what were on page 9. If you wanted to discuss some of those components of it. I will defer to KDHE and the roundtable members on kind of the right space and framework to really think through all of the details of the components that go into the community support waiver. This gives you a generalized overview of the sentiments of the roundtable members.
Sure, and I think I understand that. I think this being our last meeting and probably where we're going to have to come up with some pretty serious answers after this. We're just not going to have a forum after this to discuss, at least in the legislative part. I'm not going to have any more ability to have any more meetings, so I'm just kind of hoping to wrap some of these up, at least today, for the committee to vote on this afternoon. So I think we might just go back through these and just talk about them and kind of work through them and reach an agreement, if that would be okay.
We could definitely do that, sir. And then would you want to also discuss the questions that are on page 9?
Yeah, I think.
That talk about kind of the criteria of transitioning between waivers, prioritizing criteria, slots.
Yes, let's do that. Committee, let's I don't know, you want to wait, you want to break for lunch and come back and finish this after lunch? Or do we want to? Okay, we're going to break for lunch then. Or I'll be sitting here by myself, it looks like. So we are going to adjourn until 1 p.m. Thank you. Folks can trickle in as they need to or want to, or maybe some of them just went home. Anyway, bring the meeting to order, and hope everyone had a good lunch. Hina, are you on? There you are. Okay. Are you going to try to help us get out of this mess? Okay. Very good. Start
With
us
all
up.
due respect, I won't make any promises, but I will help. So good afternoon, Chair Carpenter and members of the special committee. So I had a chance to review the presentation made earlier this morning by Director Fertig and KDADS. And so thinking through the discussions of the roundtable members and role of this legislative special committee, I might harken back to the discussion earlier around legislative authority and kind of the details of the new community support waiver. So as this special committee discusses recommendations to put forth around the community support waiver, it might be helpful to review priorities for the agency's approach to the community support waiver. And so just a quick summary of the discussion that we had this morning. And again, keep me accountable if I misspeak at all. I heard the following: the state would apply, this legislative committee would direct the state to apply or recommend the state to apply for a community support waiver. The waiver would incorporate the autism waiver into it. The new waiver would allow for self-direction. So this is both employer and individual budget authority across all services. The new waiver would ensure there's a person-centered planning process. There would be a selection of individual directed goods and services from the list that best align with the needs of Kansans. This committee would direct the agency to ensure collaboration with stakeholders, such as those on this roundtable, as they research and develop details for the new waiver. The committee would hope and ensure the waiver has as much flexibility as possible. And if any caps are determined, they are data informed. So with some direction and perhaps prioritization by this committee, KDG and KDADS could dive into the preliminary details and begin conversations with CMS around the new community support waiver based on discussion of the special committee and the work group discussions. And of course, Director Fertig would have continued opportunity to look at that list on page 9 of the testimony and address it with stakeholders, as well as during public comment periods that I believe they have to hold as a part of the process. And again, correct me if I'm wrong. So going back to the role of the special committee, aside from that kind of summary that I made, are there other priorities the committee would want to consider are most important to address? So for example, there's been a discussion around assessments. Would the special committee want to ask KDHE to continue to work with the work group, or go look at MIFI and go in that direction because of investment, or leave those details to be assessed later?
Okay, Hina, a couple of things, and committee members jump in here if I thought that we had actually come to an agreement about the assessment for the new waiver with MIFI and not necessarily the CIS, but, and is that what committee members remember as far as I'm concerned? Okay. So
Great.
I think that's the direction we want to go on that. Backing up to the autism, there needs to be a lot more discussion involving that. I'm not sure we have the right people at the table to discuss the autism, putting the two together.
Mm-hmm.
I certainly would lean to the committee, but I just don't know that we had a lot of discussion, and I'm not sure we want to get into that. There may be a lot of unintended consequences that could come from that just because, not because we want to, but we just don't know any better. So I think that autism waiver consolidation is probably not on the table as far as, and committee members, you can certainly jump in here. Jerry?
Is it possible, if they are going to remain separate in the short or long term, is it possible to have language that says we recommend an automatic rollover from at age 6 rather than have to go through a new application process, which we know is going to yield exactly the same result as it did at age 5? At age 6, just say, okay, the autism waiver is over, but now you're automatically enrolled in this waiver, where it's a more automated thing, and maybe there might be documentation to fill out, but that way nobody's going to fall off the edge of the waiver universe. Is that a possibility?
I guess my question would be, in CMS, would they allow that? Yeah.
Linda?
It is possible. You can reserve slots on the new comprehensive community support waiver. So what the big issue, and this is where the assessment tools come in, is if you're using like the ADOS for the autism waiver, they would have to then come over and have the MIFI. But yes, you can reserve slots so that kiddos can come directly from the autism waiver over to the community support waiver. And that's fine. They have to be eligible for it, but they would be. Yeah, they would be.
Okay.
So just to clarify, it already is in place for a child who is supported on the autism waiver. Those individuals that are waiting and did not, because remember there's only 65 total slots for the autism waiver. Those children who are not, who are on the proposed waiver recipient list, they have not had a MIFI or another eligibility criteria, so they don't roll automatically to the IDD wait list. So, but that continuity from the autism waiver to the other is there. It's just not, those lists are separate. So I think that would have to be a consideration somewhere outside of this waiver, but I think that's something you could ask KDADS to look at.
Why can't it be an automatic rollover, though? I mean, even though, like, my son was waitlisted, for example, he was never granted the waiver for autism services, but I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm simply saying, because I don't know the answer, why can't it just be okay, you were on this wait list, now you're on this wait list because you've aged out?
Yeah, so just to clarify, if one of the things that was discussed, and I agree with you, I think taking out combining with the autism waiver is a good idea, because I think that can make it messy. But one of the things that we did talk about is the eligibility criteria. Currently for IDD, intellectual and developmental disability services, autism can be part of it, but you also meet other criteria. An autism diagnosis in and of itself does not automatically get you on the wait list. The autism waiver, an autism diagnosis gets you on the wait list. That doesn't mean you still have you do the Vineland, which is similar to the basis, when you're offered a slot to make sure that your needs are of such an intensity. But getting on the wait list itself, the autism diagnosis gets you that spot. There's not an assessment, because at the time the waiver was written, all of the money would have been spent on assessing all of the individuals waiting for services. So they don't have a functional eligibility assessment initially.
But they would need to get on the community support waiver.
They do right now.
Okay.
Yep, and they do for the IDD waiver.
Representative Ballard.
I don't want you to repeat all of it, but you need the artistic diagnosis in order to get on the waiting list. Who does the artistic diagnosis?
Yeah, so it just has to be a diagnosis by a medical professional who uses the DSM-5 criteria. So it can be pediatrician, it can be KU Med, the Center for Child Health and Development, Children's Mercy.
So just that will get you on the waiting list, and then after that, we deal with how we get people to get care.
So I think that was one of the questions, is could that be similar to what it is for the autism waiver? Just the diagnosis itself gets you on the list to then be potentially considered for the waiver.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sean.
real quick, was going to weigh in. I work with the Center for Child Health Development at KU-Med as one of my roles, so I can talk about this. That's where we see over 1,500 kids a year from the state of Kansas to come in and get autism diagnoses, and we work extensively on this issue of helping families newly diagnosed with autism getting services. And a couple things to point out. One is that autism waiver waiting list is like 300 to 400 people. So there's 65 slots, but 300 to 400 people. So you have 300 kids that are aging out of autism waiver eligibility that do not automatically transition to something else. And that absolutely has to be a piece of what gets solved here. The second is I was going to point out that KU-Med, Children's Mercy, and folks at Wichita State diagnose a large majority of kids with autism in Kansas. We actively work between Mercy and KU-Med and others to partner on what do we do to help families find appropriate diagnoses, find appropriate treatments, know what to do. I've got a 3-year-old with autism. What's my next step to get early intervention services? And we are active partners, and if we had a workable system where kids with an autism diagnosis could get eligibility for a community support waiver, we could help make that a seamless process for a huge majority of kids with autism in Kansas. So we are like here wanting something to be done with this and are willing partners in this. So just the big issue is that there's 300 to 400 people waiting in 65 slots. And so we have to take care of those 428 people waiting on the autism waiver. So we have to take care of those families. I would venture that, Nan can stop me if I'm wrong, a high percentage of those kids on the autism waiver waiting list are going to be eligible for our community support waiver. Like, it would be unusual if somebody wasn't.
So just for clarification, they would need an evaluation from ID and DD.
Well, we have an evaluation done by Children's Mercy or KU-Med by giving them the autism diagnosis. Then they would just have to have the MIFI or whatever thing that could make them eligible to start receiving this community support waiver, so that our families of kids with autism, when they say, I'm looking around, I'm on a waiting list for the CDO for 10 years, there's nothing else for me, they actually have something that they can transition to and begin getting services from.
But we already have that now?
Well, we don't.
I mean, we would, though. It would be
yeah.
built into the community support waiver
Yes.
if they had the evaluation.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Those processes just need to be tightened up so that every kid who gets an autism diagnosis from Children's Mercy, KU-Med, Wichita State, anybody else, has a set way to know they're going to go on this community support waiver and get supports if they're eligible, which they mostly are going to be.
So they're duly diagnosed.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the key probably, isn't it?
Yeah.
Brenda?
If you want to make it simple, you can. If you want to keep them siloed, you can. I think that's the decision that you all just need to make. And it can be the legislature making the decision or the state agencies to make the decision. Does that help? No. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to help.
Representative Ruiz.
I'm all for simple. I mean, just, it's, I'm a social worker, and just trying to figure out the system is just insane. And I don't have a child. I don't have a whole lot of skin in the game, like the rest of you that you've got children and you've got clients, it's, the simpler for families to get services, the better. Why? I just don't think we need to make it so complicated.
And I don't disagree. What worries me the most is, Sean, and I'm not impugning your testimony or anything, I just have not heard from a lot of autism folks. We have not had that. And I don't know if there's a separate dialogue or reasoning about why not to do it or how to do it or anything like that. So anyway, Nanette.
So I may put Matt or Nick on, is the definition for eligibility in statute? If we added autism to, right now, you have to have an intellectual disability present before 18. Is it in Article 63 or 64? No. It's not? Okay.
Not the actual definition.
Okay, because I was just wondering if it expands to adding autism as as the first step of that eligibility, if that would need to be changed in statute.
State your name and, yeah.
Nick Wood, Associate Director at Interhab. So there's lots of references to the regulation in the waiver language, but I don't think that it stipulates, that you have to be 5 years old, for example, because that was brought up during the work group meetings, and I think that we would be flexible on that one, so.
Thank you.
Mike?
Well, and Mr. Chair, Mike Burgess with the Disability Rights Center of Kansas. I've heard from a number of families, that for a lot of them, they're not here clamoring because a lot of them really don't have hope that they're not, that they're going to be served. Like they sign up, but they just kind of give up because, and it is a big problem. And they're fighting this on their own. They're not coming up here and demanding. And so they're out there for sure. So I just wanted to share that piece. Thank you.
Molly,
I don't have a question. I can add to that. For many years, Johnson County Community College partnered with the University of Kansas and hosted an autism workshop. It started out as 1 day, then it became 2 days. We got to the point where it was 3 days, and we had, it was actually very powerful, but we had parents, grandparents from all over the state coming in. We had folks, before anyone was really using any type of networking, but they were linked in Wichita and up in Nebraska and in other states to just hear what are best practices, what are the resources that are out there. We also had, interestingly enough, is we had a lot of individuals that were special education teachers and paras, and they earned those continuing education credits just to learn what is available with regard to technology, what are best practices at home in the classroom, how do you keep your child safe, because parents with toddlers that have just been diagnosed immediately become nearly paralyzed with fear of a child getting out of the home, seeking water, being nonverbal, being unable to explain who they are or where they are. And we all know of instances where law enforcement has gone through specific training on how to identify and to work with kids and young adults that are on the spectrum. And we ended up adding sections that had law enforcement, and we had law enforcement people coming to attend. There is just, like other disabilities, there's not enough information, there is not enough resources to even come close to quelling the fear and just the ongoing worries that parents and grandparents have, just clamoring to find any type of information to support their kids. And that notion of parents and grandparents with kids on the spectrum, they have lost hope. They have lost hope. On the one hand, there are those that are so thankful that their individual child or grandchild isn't severely impacted, but there still are the needs. And so there's also that aspect that you can be at one place in the spectrum, but as the child grows, you shift into other areas, just like other disabilities. So they have given up hope. And unfortunately, we have discontinued that annual workshop. We could do it every month, and enrollment would be full.
Very good, thank you. Well, my deal on it, I just don't want, if we make this decision on autism and the brief amount that we've covered it by this committee, what are the autism folks going to come in here and say that we've done wrong? Or, you know, that's what I just don't want the criticism, you know, that we didn't consider them because they haven't been at the table. You know, those are just things that I'm concerned about. So Hina, hang on just a minute, Nanette. Hina may be trying to drag me out of this mess that I've created here. Hina, do you have some observation?
So one thing I was going, thank you for thinking through those priorities, the summary, and thinking about what the committee does agree with and doesn't agree with. So one question that was on page 9 of the testimony is, should any of the slots on the new waiver be reserved? For example, for children under age 6 with autism or crisis or individuals. So as you're thinking through priorities for the agency to consider as they are applying or having conversations with CMS, is this a priority that the special committee would want the agency to think about? Maybe that's one way to consider a recommendation. The other thing I wanted to note, and I think it was discussed at an earlier committee, is there was an autism task team that was convened about a year ago. KDADS, I haven't seen the report yet, but they will make the report available publicly. And I can see if a link can be sent to Arida for distribution. Some of the recommendations, though, from that report were in your testimony back on October 13th, if you wanted to look at those. But that is another group that had convened to really think through this population.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll get around here in just a minute. I've got Sarah. Are you on?
I am. I'm here. I was just going to make one comment to piggyback off of what Representative Ruiz said a few moments ago. I think we sometimes need to step back and, while we're making all the changes to modernize the waiver, look at the structure and the hoops that families and our self-advocates have to jump through in order to access services. So I know we have some time following today's discussion. If we could essentially do a mapping exercise, and I think we have enough family members and self-advocates here that could walk through the process in which they've had to navigate in order to access services. I think it was in our second gathering here, we heard from, I believe, one parent that they've had to navigate 15 different state agencies across the state of Kansas. And if we can simplify, to the representative's great point, if we can simplify that process, it's going to be much easier for families and self-advocates to not only navigate, but also access those services that they need.
Very good. Thank you for that. Hang on just a minute. Sean, coming back to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that, what Molly was saying, that one of my roles at KU is with the Kansas Center for Autism Research and Training, where we have an autism resource center, and we get multiple calls from parents every day where I talk to these families of newly diagnosed kids with autism or families who have aging kids with autism. And have parents calling me, I've got a 25-year-old with autism, I've looked around, I can't find anything for them. And am I missing something? And a lot of times they're not, because there isn't anything. And many of the families, when you delve into their stories or what's happening with their kids, they absolutely should be IDD waiver eligible, CDDO eligible. They should have been on the waiting list from age 5. They should have been. So we have this process where we have 428 people on this autism waiting list, waiver waiting list. So let's keep it as simple as possible for families. And let's say if a kid's diagnosed in Kansas and they're age 4, we have an exact recommendation to make. Apply for the community supports waiver, and let's move forward with getting that level of service. There's other things they need that are covered by early childhood education, things like that are other places for early intervention, things like that, for that basic level of, I've got a case manager, I've got some respite care available, I've got some other services that I might be able to avail myself of, so I'm not alone with my kid with autism, and they can be monitored and get the services they need as they age and they change. That would solve so many problems in the autism world. And I think that was one of the recommendations on that autism task team, that's one thing that should happen. And I know, I'm a parent of a kid with autism, Jerry is, Brenda is. You've got autism parents on this panel here. And just want to echo that it's such a desperate need, and we could solve the problem very simply by using some of those very easy mechanisms we already have in place.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Nanette?
So I just want to say that I agree with what Sean just said. These parents of children with autism absolutely do lose hope. The waiting, I can still remember the day that one of the kiddos that I worked with prior to my MCO experience, when she turned 6, because her mom called me bawling. She was on the autism task force with me, the governor's autism task force. She advocated, she helped with getting the autism waiver written, and her child aged out. And so instead of celebrating her child turning 6, she was crying because her child turned 6 before they could get, because they did not financially qualify for Medicaid. So absolutely, creating barriers is not a good idea. If we look at, I know we don't want to combine, we don't want to make it complicated, but making a situation where children at the age of diagnosis with autism can get on the list for this community support waiver is essential, because we advocated, I testified to the legislature to help start that autism waiver, because it was an early intervention waiver. Those early intervention services, that ABA, that applied behavior analysis, which can save you tons of money. I can send you the old testimony, still all valid, except for now it's in 2022 dollars, even more money. By doing that early intervention, you can save a lot. That is now a Medicaid service. That is no longer a waiver service. So those early intervention therapies are available to everyone who's on Medicaid with an autism diagnosis. They don't have to be on a waiver for it, so.
Okay, well, I don't have a problem with it. I just don't want to create any, cause any trouble without not having the proper, testimonies. Representative Landwehr.
No, actually, I think.
Oh.
I wanted to, so I misspoke, or at least I didn't give a full answer. So there is a definition of developmental disability in state statute. It's versus reg. It's Chapter 39, Article 18, the Developmental Disabilities Reform Act. It does talk about at least age 5, but that's not to say that you couldn't do more. And I think that just for a waiver, I mean, this might be up for legal experts in the state agencies to weigh in on, but you describe how you make kids under 5 eligible. So,
okay, very good. Jawanda.
I know many people with autism and agree and support everything they said. So the next thing I say is not saying we shouldn't be doing those things. But like people born with Down syndrome and some other disabilities also can't get on a waiver until they're 5. And they may get early intervention services, but they're not able to even get on a wait list for services until they're 5. We moved here from Tennessee. That was not true in Tennessee. When Rachel was born, I could get her on a wait list for services. We absolutely have to do something for the autism community. And everything they've said is heartbreaking, and I've heard it from families too, but we don't want to let all these other people fall through the cracks either on that age issue.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with Jawanda. It shouldn't come down to my kid's disability versus anybody else's kid's disability, something that prevents anybody from living the life that they should be living matters here. But I wanted to speak to the, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here, I bring this up a lot, the education of parents issue. The day my son received his autism diagnosis, I did not become an expert in how to navigate. The fact that we're not Medicaid eligible does not mean that we're suddenly magically able to afford a bunch of expensive therapies at $100 an hour. So that's why these issues exist with the waiver and with the wait list, et cetera. But one of the points that was made, yes, you do lose hope. And this is where having our CDDO be more involved with us rather than, because basically what we were told is, you know, get on Tiny K, get on the waiver, all will be fantastic. And we didn't realize there was more we needed to do, that there was more we could do. Because here the experts are telling us this is what you have. You've got the CDDO telling you, get on the waiver. That is pretty much all you need. And then to find out it expires 10 years later is kind of, you know, horrifying to me. And obviously that's not going to help my child, but it will help other people's kids. That's why I am pushing for there to be an automatic rollover thing. I don't know how that would look. That's, you know, definitely outside my pay grade. But there absolutely has to be that kind of system for any child in need of services. And there furthermore absolutely has to be a system where the CDDO or whatever agency is charged with this is charged with saying, this is your blueprint as a parent. This is your blueprint on, you know, now that you are waiting for the waiver, this is what you should be doing, and these are the people to contact. Now that you have achieved waiver eligibility, this is who you need to contact. Because just saying, get on the waiver and go was definitely not sufficient for us. And my husband and I are both college educated. We're both active in the community. And yet we knew absolutely nothing at the age of diagnosis, and we knew absolutely nothing 10 years later. So a system of education and information needs to be part of this conversation. And I think it has been up till now. But I just want to really, really press on that we've got to, all the parents who couldn't come here and take time off from work to do this also need to be informed on how to proceed.
Very good. Thank you. Kathy.
Thank you. And I agree with many. I also have a child that has an autism diagnosis. And I think, you know, we were tasked as the IDD modernization with the wait list. And I think, you know, maybe having some slots is good, but when I look up 10,000 feet higher, I think that perhaps, you know, maybe if we do allow slots, maybe the recommendation needs to be that there needs to be an autism modernization, because I've heard over and over that the autism waiver was created how many ever years ago, but it's not really meeting the needs of people with autism today. And so I think combining them is kind of difficult. I think we could do something in the short term to help with that, at least at a minimum, transfer people to the waiting list. But I think, you know, we were tasked with the IDD, and so I don't know if we could reserve some slots, but then also maybe make a recommendation that the autism waiver might need to be revamped to meet people's needs, and maybe we'll be helping make headway for that, because maybe some of the same services that we get developed for the community support waiver, they would be able to access through the autism waiver, opposed to, because I heard somebody say that some might not even qualify for the IDD waiver with their autism diagnosis, which I don't know. But anyway, so just a thought to help us move forward, maybe.
Thank you. Brenda.
So for the community support waiver, I'd make the following recommendations to the committee. First of all, you look at age of diagnosis, not age 5. Second of all, for the assessment tool, do the MIFI starting at 4, which is the lowest it goes down to, but before 4, look at an alternative tool that would be like the Vinland for autism or Downs. Second of all, third, reserve slots for children under the age of 5 who have autism or Downs, so that you're not taking over. You can leave the autism waiver or not, but if you do those 3 things, the community support waiver will address all of these issues that have just been addressed or raised. But those are the 3 things you'd want to do.
Very good. Thank you. Mike.
Thank you. Mike Burgess, Disability Rights Center of Kansas. And one of the things, too, that I think should be a part of it, and we sort of talked about it earlier, the special income group, but I was participating in that autism task team was eye-opening, because for a lot of individuals, again, with the same needs, that, you know, one is eligible for Medicaid and EPSDT and case management and all the other state plan services. Again, if they're lucky enough to get on the waiver, then parental income is deemed not part of it, and they qualify. You may have all the other factors the same. An individual is not lucky enough to be on the waiver, and they get none of that. And so that, whether it's a Katie Beckett waiver, whether we're calling it a special income group, some way to address parental income in a meaningful way to help get, because that EPSDT for a lot of folks is the door that opens a lot of services, including, targeted case management. A good targeted case manager would have helped advise individuals. But so anyways, I just wanted to say, I think that ought to be part of the equation on looking at this. And whether individuals are on the waiting list or not, make sure that we can deem parental income in a way, and as the recommendation said, if they were in an institution, that wouldn't qualify, it wouldn't matter. So we ought to have that parity.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, we have been notified by KDADS that the Autism Task Force report is published now on their website and available.
Thank you for that. So now, Mike, what is this parental income deal? What does that involve?
So I think Hita covered it briefly on page 3 of her recommendation. That's that special income group. And Rocky had talked about it at the last meeting too. In some states, it's called a Katie Beckett waiver, which Kansas has. I mean, we do treat some populations that way. I think it's the SED waiver and their NTA or two.
So this special income group 217?
Yes.
Be
And
applied
so,
to all waivers, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so all the waivers treat it that way,
You're not
but
going to clear IDD. You're lucky to clear before 21.
so I may defer to them on that, Mr. Chair.
Can somebody clarify that for me, please? Or for the committee?
So the special income group allows a person or a child who would be institutionalized and gets their eligibility based upon being an institution, you get to apply that in a waiver. And that's all it does is if you would be eligible, if your parents put you in a hospital or put you in a PRTF or put you in a ICF, then if you're eligible in an institution, the special income group allows you to be eligible if you're on a waiver. The reason you want that is so that parents don't have an incentive to put their kids in an institution and they don't have an incentive to give up custody of their children because you don't have to have that income count if your kiddo's in foster care. So you want to have the special income group in all of the waivers so there's no incentive to give up custody of your children or put your kids in an institution.
And we don't have that now?
We have it in all of our waivers except for frail elderly.
Okay.
So
Well,
we should have it.
So we're really talking about something we already do. You just want to make sure it's in there?
But people on the waiting list do not benefit from that. I guess that was the point. And so you have folks who would otherwise qualify for state plan services.
But they can't. You have to be in the 217 group. You have to be on a waiver. You can't be on a waiting list to benefit. You have to be getting waiver services to be a special income group. So the idea, I'm trying to bring it back to the community support waiver. If you do the community support waiver, you bring in people off the waiting list. About 30% of the people are not eligible for Medicaid, and it will benefit them, but only to the extent they get on a waiver. You cannot, it doesn't apply to anybody on a wait list before you get waiver services. Does that help?
That does. Okay. Nan?
Okay, just to try and kind of simplify, the way I learned it is that, so for the waivers, and again, frail elderly is different because obviously your parents and adults with IDD, it is all of their income. But it's literally when you look at autism, minors on IDD, SED, PD, BI, any of those, when they do their Medicaid application, instead of doing the family and saying this is how much money we bring in, it's only the individual, so the individual with disabilities. So a 4-year-old, a 6-year-old with autism who gets the IDD waiver has to claim their income. So I don't know about you guys, but I didn't make very much money when I was 6. So it's just the individual's income. So it takes the family component out of it. So it's not just, so it gets those 30% once they're offered the waiver. So that's kind of what that 217 means.
Kathy?
I just need clarification about the 217 then. So is it a CMS rule that says you have to be on the waiver and not be eligible for the waiver? Yes. So it is CMS that's telling us that? Yes. Okay. Cannot do anything about it. Okay. Good to know.
Matt Fletcher.
Matt Fletcher, Executive Director with InterHab. I was curious, Mr. Chair, if perhaps we could just level set a little bit on the community support waiver concept, because the very concept itself is not to be the end-all be-all of support options for individuals or their families, but rather to be a lower need option as a companion, if you will, to the comprehensive waiver that we already have. We've had some discussion about options for service options for families and kids. I'd remind us that we already have additional and existing services and supports. We have the early childhood, infant and toddler service system, for example, that exists, Part C, that's shared both by the community and the school system for birth through the age of 5. So we have, you know, a service system that exists. If we had time, we could probably do a you know, mapping exercise to show all of the different pieces and parts that are out there. I don't believe that's the intent of designing the community support waiver, is to be that comprehensive or to duplicate those types of things. So I think it's really about trying to put together a sort of discrete set of services that we think might be very attractive to families to help them and to perhaps transition age young adults. And I think that's what we've been talking about in those service offerings. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Rocky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on this discussion on the special income group, if what is done is to say that we're going to have a community supports waiver, and if the amount, bless you, if the amount of funding is robust and there's no waiting list, then everything we're talking about will happen. You won't deem parental income. The catch is, if there's a waiting list and you can't get enrolled in services, then you're just waiting. The only way you can get to Medicaid under this scenario, unless you do the full Katie Beckett option, which is why Tennessee and nearly half of the states have done the full option, is that allows kids with disabilities to get the services that they need. So if we set up a community supports waiver and there ends up being a waiting list on it, you're going to be back to the same problem. Because until recently, the traumatic brain injury waiver didn't start till 15. The PD waiver doesn't start till 15. The IDD waiver, most of the parents I talk to, they apply for it and the kid typically clears the waiting list after the age of 21. And so they're still waiting. And so the key to this recommendation on page 3 is if we do a supports waiver to ensure that it's robust enough in its number of slots that we don't have waiting lists, because if not, you're going to be back to the same problem that we're talking about here, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I think that there's, in my estimation, there's going to be a wait list even on this community support waiver, and it's going to be basically because of funding. You know, this is arguably $40–50 million hit here. I don't know. We won't know until the wait list is fully studied, how many people. We've got 5,000 people on the wait list. If we take half of those off the wait list, that can qualify and will qualify for the community support waiver. You know, we cap it at $20,000 a year. You're talking about $40 million. You know what I'm saying? So I think that to say right off the bat that there's not going to be a wait list or we're going to fund it to that amount would probably not be truthful. We don't know, is what I'm saying. But I would be surprised if we could take 2,500 people off there and afford to do it and get that through the legislature. So,
which is why I wanted to highlight that, because if a waiting list happens and all these different avenues that the parents and experts have been talking about that allow kids with disabilities to get the services and supports they need under Medicaid, if they're on a waiting list, that front door is closed. And that's why many states have done the full Katie Beckett option, because then you don't have to gain access to those services and supports for kids with disabilities only through a waiver. You can get those supports and keep your kid out of an institution, ensure that the kid reaches their maximum potential through that option as well. And that's why many states have gone that route.
Yeah, and I don't know what the process has been for them to get to that process. This is kind of our first, I don't know if they did something like this. This is our first trial into this. I'm just trying to read the legislature and this committee about, this isn't a blank check here. We've got, other legislators and get it through the budget process and all that. And I don't know what that would cost to take away the complete wait list of that, but it's just a variable that I don't think this committee can deal with, or recommendations will. So, you want to, Representative Landwehr.
I just like to confuse you, Mr. Chairman. The thing that we have to be cautious of is we can always create the Cadillac. But then when the economic times downturn, which I think we're headed for that, we're seeing it already, then we cut people off of services, and that's absolutely devastating. And I've actually experienced that. Missouri, Kansas didn't have to do that back when we hit the bottom. Missouri did. They were cutting kids off a chip. To me, that's a lot harder. So be careful what you ask for. If we don't do things responsibly moving forward, we're going to create a bigger problem down the road for folks, and we don't want to do that. Because we don't have an endless bank book. We don't print our own money. We don't. And when we're sitting there looking at 8.2 inflation, we're not done yet. That's my comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's try to get back on track here. I think committee-wise, there is consensus to include the autism, not the autism waiver, not do away with that, but allow a path for folks to get on the community support waiver with an autism and a dual diagnosis. Is that what I'm hearing from the committee? That we would, well, if you'd pay attention in the first place. Was my mic on? I'm sorry.
That's all right. I have a question.
Representative Barker.
All right, and we're going to add another element to this waiver, the autism waiver. There's been another task force I've not read the report that apparently is online now. But I thought the objective of this committee was to modernize the waiver so that we could eliminate some of the people, not all of the people maybe, but possibly, all the people off the waiting list. Now we're going to be adding more people to the waiting list. Is that not true? And if so, what would that number be? Because I'm a numbers guy, and numbers mean money, and money means we have to go to the legislature, and the taxpayer is not unlimited. They have limits to amount what they can pay. So if somebody could give me that number, I would appreciate it.
Well, I think 428 was the number of people on the wait list of the
Every
autism.
estimate is always low.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that was.
It could be 2,500 or more.
Agree. Nanette?
So I'm not going to give you a number, sorry. But what I am going to tell you is that many individuals with autism are already on the wait list. So it is more about clarifying the navigation and making it a little bit simpler and a little bit clearer for families. I mean, we could throw out the numbers of what, we can give you some summaries of how prevalent autism is, but in general, an individual with autism who goes to the CDDO, many of them will qualify and are on the wait list. So if we dissect the current wait list, you're going to see a huge majority of those having autism. So I don't think it's going to add to your numbers a lot. Sean may disagree with me, but I think but it's more about clarifying the process for families and making it a little bit less cumbersome.
Well, I would associate myself with the remarks of Representative Landwehr. In Kansas, not too many people drive Cadillacs, but a lot of us drive Chevys and Fords. And if you have those foreign brands, it's okay too. But I don't want to get to the position where the state has to take people off or not fund them, as Missouri did. So I think we just need to be cautious when we're going down this road. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Okay. Jerry.
Thank you. To Representative Barker's point on the scope of the committee, the title of it is not the reduction of the waiver, it's the modernization. And part of that modernization has to take into account the fact that in the last 5-6 years alone, every single year we hear, oh, it's 1 in 150 people are born with autism. Oh, now it's 100 or 1 in 80. Now it's 1 in 60. That is something, that number, as we learn more about diagnostic techniques, et cetera, that's why that number is getting smaller like that. But the other thing to point out is that some people with autism end up being like Sheldon Cooper, and they definitely do not have an intellectual disability. They have more of a social one. Most people do not end up being like Sheldon Cooper or the Good Doctor or any of the other really awful misrepresentations of the typical autistic person. Most of them end up being very intellectually disabled in terms of being able to move forward with their lives and live a support-free life. So by catching and incorporating the autism waiver waitlist people, that's not adding to it or unnecessarily inflating it. It's just basically acknowledging these people are still going to need services from when they turn 3 to when they turn 6 to when they turn 36. Very, very few of them are going to actually be completely, fully independent. So I think part of that modernization, like I said, has to be towards understanding what the future is going to look like a little bit and understanding that that's why it is necessary and appropriate and important to include those autistic numbers, just like it is to include numbers of people with Down syndrome, numbers of people with TBIs, et cetera.
Okay. Hannah.
Clear as mud. Help, help.
Yeah, exactly. Hannah, can you help me out of this dilemma?
So as the committee is discussing priorities for the agency to address on the community support waiver, you've at least discussed a few of the ones that the committee agrees with, doesn't agree with, or has come to some consensus with. Are there any other priorities that the committee wants to consider for this waiver? So for example, would you want to discuss whether tiers should be a part of this?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think one thing that I want to cover just quickly is, and I've mentioned it before, is a cap. And then the other thing that I think we need to cover is how we transition folks back and forth from the comprehensive waiver to the community support waiver and potentially back. You know, I see some folks, I see potentials where someone may come off of the into the community support waiver, not take care of the needs of them, and so we've got to work out a way that we save slots so that we don't fill that slot. We save a slot so they can go back on it if the needs of the community support waiver are not filled. So those are two things that I think anyway, those are two things that we need to discuss. Representative Landwehr.
Mr. Chairman, as we move forward, and I know that, when we break out here in just a little bit and have the legislators start making a decision, what we're going to move forward with to the legislature is that we make sure that we ask for a fiscal impact statement on anything that we recommend from KDADS to be presented to the legislature.
I can guess at that one. Representative Ballard.
All right, when you raised the question tiers, I saw everybody go like this, but I want to ask a question about that. We know that there are different levels of artistic ability. And most people will say those with Asperger's seems to be thriving more so than those without. And I don't know if all of that is verified or not. But if we have different levels and we treat everybody the same, how do we address those individual needs that that family or that individual person needs? I don't know if it should be tiers, but do you understand what I'm saying? They're not at the same level, and one size does not fit all. How do we adjust that so that the person gets what they need at that particular time? And to me, that is not picking and choosing. It is making sure that you are effectively meeting the need. Mr. Chairman, here's the recognition.
Nanette.
So I think there's a couple components to that. So the first thing is, yes, the autism diagnosis would get that it started, but then they would meet the functional eligibility. So there would be a level of need established by the waiver that says in order to get the service, that's where they start. But then as far as that individualization, that's why we talked about life course or other tools such as person-centered thinking to ensure that there's a robust person-centered planning process that individual and their supports go through. So for example, I think Matt mentioned transition age youth, because you're absolutely right. I used to say when I was doing a lot of private practice, you've met one child with autism, you've met one child with autism. They are all very different. I have consulted over 300 children when I sat down the last time and wrote it down, children and young adults. They are all different, and you have to look at that in a very individualized way. What is that child's goals? When we're talking about 3-year-olds, what are their parents' goals? Because that matters an awful lot there, right? But when you're talking about 18-year-olds, how can we work with voc rehab? How can we ensure that that individual gets the supports they need for job placement, supported employment, all of those things. So that's all part of the process, that person-centered planning, and in this community support waiver, that individualized budget authority. That, child with autism who's nonverbal may need a lot more family support or a lot of things based on the START model. Because maybe they have a dual diagnosis of also mental health needs. So you're going to have a lot of things built into their plan around that. You may have another individual that literally the plan is about, transportation to a job and job coaching while they're there in order to ensure that they're successful in that job and that job coach fades out. So it's going to be that iterative process through the budget and as well as through that person-centered planning. I would not recommend tiers. But I'm no longer a provider. I'm a man. I have my insurance hat on. But even looking back, I think looking at a cap, looking at that way of individualizing what those needs are is a much better way to do it than, because we know some of this is basis related, but the tiers, people testified about this. You might have one tier and your services are based on that. You improve because your services are really good. So then your tier changes and so does your funding. I don't think I don't think that's the way you want to look at a community support waiver. I think you want to look at how are they going to pick those services within what's offered.
Okay, I would follow up on that. I was not advocating for tiers, but I want to know how you do it. But is that the equivalent of like an IOP? Because, if you do say with a student in school, they do an individual operation, a plan for each family with their children, okay? So I don't know if everybody's going, was an IOP, but you know, when you look at that, they have an individual plan. They don't need a tier because they have
Yes.
individual plan that they meet with the student and the parent, and they put it together. So what you're saying to me is sort of like, that is that, but it has never been explained that that's built in, that that will happen with each family or each child. So I think that's where tiers come in, because people are saying, well, how do you adjust that? So I'm not pushing tiers, but I would like to know how do you deal with the complications individually?
Yeah, so it is absolutely very similar to the process, both for young children with an IFSP or school-age children with that individualized plan at the education, for the education. The person-centered planning process is looking at those goals. Life course, I think Craig talked about it, is also a lot of that process. Sarah, I think, also spoke, that where not only is it meeting with that individual and their family and their support network, it is them building it. So sometimes when you talk about in school, as we approach transition age, they will do maps. So they'll map out, they'll either do the path or the McGill action plan, which is a person-centered planning process. So there's actually a lot of overlap with that as well, in that how are we making sure that we're making that process? So first of all, it is part of what is mandated for the comprehensive waiver, but absolutely within the community support waiver, we were talking about additional tools and, but making sure that that process is extremely robust, because that's what needs to happen. And then the individualized budget authority gives that family a little bit more direction than what currently is available in the waiver.
Very good, thank you. Senator Thompson.
Actually, Nanette, Mr. Chair, kind of covered, talking about the individual budget authority to me seems to negate the need for tiers because it allows the flexibility and innovation and may, in some instances, I think, help us control the budget. Because if you have what essentially turns into a block grant, for lack of a better term, money for a family to use, and they could use it with some guidance most efficiently, then we could determine as a state, you know, have a better idea of how much money we're going to have to spend on this community. Just my thoughts, but I tend to agree.
And that's kind of the way I look at it. I look at it, there's arguably 10 services that we're going to have. Some families may only pick 5, some may only need 3, 2. They're going to tier themselves. I mean, that's the way I look at this community support waivers. They're not going to need us to tier them. They're going to pick the services that they need, which is the whole goal of a community support waiver. So, okay. Very quickly, we're going to have to wrap this up because I've got to get Hina back in control of this meeting, and because I'm obviously out of control. Kathy, very quickly, and then Brenda next. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Brenda.
Oh, no.
I would just suggest that you are creating a tiered system where you have regular Medicaid as the bottom tier, and anyone who's community eligible is going to be on that. You'll have your second tier, which is your community support waiver, which will have individual budgeting. And then you'll have your comprehensive tier where they'll have residential and day supports. So you are creating a tiered system by going to this waiver structure. And most states have found that those 3 tiers are going to be sufficient. You don't need to create more tiers and more silos within them. So I think that you're creating enough levels to give parents some guidance. But there does need to be oversight, but that's another committee.
Very good, thank you. Hina, where are we at on this now? We got a little bit of time here to wrap things up. Are we getting kind of somewhere a consensus? Yeah, I got it. I just wanted to visit.
Yes, definitely. And your last 2 questions are around transitioning between the waivers. And so the community support and the comprehensive waiver. And then the last question is on caps.
Okay, I have a question online from Jerry Mashad.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Maybe I'm oversimplifying this too much, but I think you just said there are probably core services. You mentioned 10, maybe it's, I don't know what that number is, but it seems to me that we have to figure out what those supports are, what the services will be under this support waiver. And then we have to determine how many of the people on the 4,800 waiting list for the IDD waiting list current, and then how many people that might be on that in the autism side of that are also waiting, to determine how many are going to fit into this mold. But it seems to me if we're going to have some kind of caps, or else how are you ever going to afford this? How are we as a state ever going to afford this? But it seems to me that it's very hard to get the mind around what the need is. But if we had to go to the buffet, so to speak, and you want to find the things that are absolutely the most important to seek out, that seems to be the direction as a group we would want to focus on. I don't know what those are specifically, but I think our discussions are taking us closer to that.
Yeah, thank you for that. Hina, do you want to go over real quickly kind of what we had discussed as far as the services to provide? I think it's pretty simple. It's in the first, on this KHI sheet, it's the first bunch. There's cost cap, assessment, self-plan, development, self-direction.
So regarding the
Metrics.
services, Chairperson, it's transportation and supported employment as add-on services as discussed by the work group. You have individual directed goods and services, which the agency could go into detail to see which ones make sense for the Kansas population. And the suggestion was to look at the Tennessee waiver. Personal care was another service, respite, looking at therapy, assistive technology, independent and community engagement skills, family caregiver support and training, financial management services, support broker, benefits counseling, home and vehicle modification, behavioral support, supports and training for employing people successfully, so the steps and work programs. Those were the services that were discussed by the work group and requested as a recommendation, just so with the flexibility and self-direction, an array of services are offered that individuals could partake in.
Very good, thank you for that. So that's the number of services that we've been talking about, Jerry, throughout this process here. Roughly 10 of those services. I have someone online real quick. Marie, are you there?
Sorry. So I think and maybe got the horse before the cart, but I thought you had, or the cart before the horse, you had talked about how would we transition? Are we there, or did we take a step back?
What's that?
I thought you had mentioned talking about how would you move from the comprehensive to community support or vice versa. Are we still there on that question, or did we move back to a different one? Because
We're going to get there.
okay,
We're not
so
on
that's
that
what
right
mine
now.
was for. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Clifford.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just for Hina, is the goods and services array the same thing as the individual budget authority? I think that is something we discussed. And I didn't hear you mention assistive technology, but I thought that was an important service to add to the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. So assistive technology is on the list. It's on page 7. And with the goods and services, this is a service that allows you to have kind of that bundle of services, and the individual budget authority gives you the funds to use those services. And roundtable members, correct me if I got that wrong.
No, I think you're good. It's assistive technology, and then it's also in the next one.
And Mr. Chairman, is that home enabling? Is that under that title as well?
Home enabling is under assistive technology.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nanette.
So I just wanted to, Hina, I think we may have confused you, surprisingly, at some point. The work program and the steps, I believe those were just for information. We cannot put the work program, it's a Medicaid buy-in program with all kinds of other stuff, so it can't be built within the community support waiver. It is separate. So I think work and steps were places to look for information, not services on this waiver.
Thank you for that clarification, Nanette. I was actually going to send you an email about that. So then it looks like the only other 2 services to consider are home and vehicle modification, which there was some discussion on having that under the home enabling services, and then behavioral support.
Very good. Thank you. Committee, further discussion? Well, I think we should narrow it down. Well, we want to discuss how do states do the, I had discussed earlier, coming from one waiver to the other and back. So is there a procedure that other states use? So either one, Brenda or Nanette?
So actually, Kansas does it as well. So for example, the work program that I gave, if somebody is on the IDD waiver and chooses to go to work, if they then at some point either aren't eligible or choose not to, they return back to the IDD waiver or whatever waiver they were on before. So there's already a built-in component for if you went from the comprehensive waiver to the community support waiver. If that no longer met your needs, then we would just write that within the waiver. And actually CMS will require it to have that continuity.
It's called reserving slots.
Reserving slots.
Well, very good, because, we don't want people to have to go to the bottom of the wait list if they tried the community support waiver and lose their spot. So anyway, so that's already taken care of. Well, good. Okay. Hina, do you have any thoughts?
The only other, I think you addressed them all. It's the caps is the only other thing if you wanted to discuss an amount. Otherwise, you've addressed every question and component.
Okay. Very quickly, Kathy and Nanette.
So if I look at the services, I count 12 that would be offered, but somebody don't shoot me if it was your idea, but to me, the support broker goes under financial management services. So to me, I would be comfortable moving that into that category and having 11 service options, but somebody obviously thought support broker was important, so I don't want to dismiss it. But when I look at that, is that right, Hina? There's basically 12 services that we're proposing for this community support waiver?
I think that the support broker goes into financial management. You can pick whichever one you want as far as either a targeted case manager or whatever. I just kind of wanted to keep it to about 10 services. I think we can probably arrive at that. Nick?
So, can you hear me? Okay. So that you know, that support broker role really is, they're providing the family caregiver support and training that we've talked about before. You know, under self-direction, families really need to be sort of educated on the rules and what's available to them and that sort of thing. And it works well, or sort of self-direction or an individualized budget works well so long as families have access to that knowledge. And I've said in other meetings, Kansas used to do this. They used to provide a statewide training to all parents, and they called it KPAS. Somewhere along the way in the transition to managed care, we stopped sort of doing that officially as a state, and started doing it more on an individual level or maybe by program. So I believe that the program that you talked about with TARC, that's what that is. So you know, the individualized budgeting is an option that's available to families, but you really need that kind of support. So the idea with the support broker role is that lots of other states use it to deliver that training to any family that might need it. It doesn't have to be a distinct service. We said this in the last meeting. It could be something that's sort of rolled into FMS, or I would say also CDDOs. So.
Yeah, thank you for that, Nick. I think it's not that we don't use it or is not needed or anything like that. It's just a category to put it into to try to simplify things and not have its own. So I have Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would recommend, based on what Missouri did with their technology assist, is putting a cap on each area and then a cumulative cap. And I'm wondering when KDADS works this, if they could just spreadsheet it for us and show the impact at, you know, 30,000 cap, 40,000 cap, et cetera. But I think many of these areas lend themselves to an individual cap. Although, again, I don't want to take away flexibility. So, again, I don't think we're here at the table to state those numbers, but I think when it's worked at the agency level and brought back to us in the legislature, it's going to have numbers, either one aggregate number or individual numbers on each service. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Representative. Okay, and then Hina.
The only other thing that the committee could consider is around behavioral supports and maybe thinking of whichever the broader term would be to include therapy and behavioral supports, if that is an option.
Yeah, a definition of that? And Nanette?
Yeah, so actually, that's what I was going to go back to, was Hina mentioning behavioral supports. I think you could broaden the definition of therapy and include applied behavior analysis or positive behavior supports. Those are evidence-based services for individuals with disabilities. Actually, it's for everyone, but it has been highlighted a lot for individuals with developmental disabilities. Or you could expand the conversation about that parent support and training and include behavioral support within that. So that way you would get START, the National Association of Dual Diagnosis, applied behavior analysis, really looking at how can we make sure that for individuals, because to be honest, that moving back and forth, if you have an individual who is really struggling with communication and is exhibiting very challenging behaviors, they're going to jump to that comprehensive waiver simply to meet those needs. We have a sequential intercept mapping in a couple weeks, because even within that comprehensive waiver, that's a gap that we have. So I think that behavioral support, so that ongoing support for families, for the caregivers, for the direct support workers, to make sure that we really get that skill set to keep individuals supported at the community support level.
Was that a recommendation within the committee, or was this a category that we were looking, or we were studying? How did we come up with that?
I think it was in the caregivers, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
It came
it's-
up in the caregivers.
It came up in the
Yeah,
caregivers.
yeah, when we had the two Zoom meetings or WebEx meetings.
But I was trying to think, was that where I heard it? But I knew we hadn't discussed it per se much.
Yeah, I don't think we have. Representative Ruiz.
Who provides, who provides the behavioral supports?
So we do not have a robust provider network yet. We have a lot more than we did when we started, so I can say that. So for example, we have a very small positive behavior support training that I was an instructor for 10 years. They're still around. They're still doing that. I think Nick did it too. Anyway, sorry. So there are some of those. There's also, as far as ABA supports, applied behavior analysis, there are board certified behavior analysts as well as RBTs statewide. The information from Sedgwick County about the National Association of Dual Diagnosis, there are some badges that are available through Wichita State that help with some of that training. TASN, the Technical Assistance Support Network, which is through KSDE. I'm really trying not to use acronyms. Senator Thompson accused me of saying 16 in a sentence at the last meeting, so I'm really trying not to. But the Kansas State Department of Ed, TASN, also provides behavioral support, both in schools and then also training.
Very good. Marie, online.
I think others have spoken and answered kind of the same.
What was that? We lost you.
Others have spoken since I had my hand up and said similar things than what I was going to say, so I don't have anything further.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Very briefly, Sean, we're trying, I'm wrapping this
I'll
up.
do 2 sentences. That saying that we have an inadequate network for behavioral supports from the state is an understatement. There are huge needs for behavioral support providers, especially for kids with autism, that are not being filled. If you live west of Topeka especially, it is a huge inequity between rural and urban areas, and it's something that the only way it's going to get addressed is if the state invests in training more service providers to serve these specific areas where they're lacking. And it's something that has to be done if we're going to have a robust community support waiver as a side project to make sure that service can be delivered.
Thank you. Okay, we're at this point in time, I'm done. We're going to have to stop public comment. We've got the legislative committee now has to make a decision on what we're going to recommend to the full legislature. So at that point in time, if you guys want to just go sit out in the office here or out in the lobby for audience for a little bit. And then we'll discuss things amongst ourselves. Okay? All right. Very good. Committee members.
Actually,
Open her up.
The hard work ones, according to other people, are much better for you than the soft ones. This one, but it's more comfortable.
Would you like the folks on the conference to jump off or exit? How do you want us to do that?
No, you're more than welcome to listen. We're just going to have a conversation among the committee members, the legislative committee members here, about how we go forward with recommendations. So it's public record.
Oh, perfect, Chairman. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Representative Landwehr.
As I commented earlier, Mr. Chairman, I think irregardless of what our recommendations are, is that we ask for a fiscal impact statement from KDADS on all of the recommendations in whatever we end up with today.
Very good. Committee, okay with that? All right. Do we want to do a second, a motion, or do we just want to, I have a second.
You can do it by
By Senator.
consensus. You can do it by consensus, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Is
just
there
to
consensus
make it
for a?
pass. Yep.
Okay. Further. Representative Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with you that we should need to put a cap. And you talked about the figure of $20,000, and I think that's a reasonable number. So my motion would be that we would put the cap of $20,000 on the individual.
Is there, I have a second? Discussion on a cap of $20,000. Mike?
Is that a cap per year, per person, or just curious how that?
My intent was because of our budgetary process, it'd be a yearly 20.
Okay.
An annual cap.
An annual cap, yes.
Individually.
Individual.
Okay,
Individual.
we need to state that when you said a
Yeah,
cap.
You're right. Cap, individual cap.
Susan?
For what? What does that cover? What does
That
the
was for the
20,000
individual
cover?
directed goods and services.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Very good.
By consensus?
Senator Hawks?
Just going back to big picture, when we started off today, we talked about that 1915B waiver and not needing to have statutory authority to do that. But I certainly want to be supportive of that in terms of changing our waiver and some of the things I heard about not incurring any state liability that we might have if we tried to address the number on the waiting list if we stayed with 1115. So I don't know if we need to do that, if it's helpful, but it certainly convinced me to be supportive of it. And I'd certainly, that may incur some additional investments by the legislature budget-wise in doing that in order to address the waiting list, as I understand it.
Yeah, it may, you know, it's more of an executive deal, but I too support that. Looking at the, you know, the 1115 waiver was fine 10 years ago when we were just starting in managed care. And that was one of the first, you know, waivers in that. There's been a lot of progress made, a lot of flexibility made, a lot of addressing issues since then. So it just makes sense. A lot of other states are already, very few states are doing the old 1115 waiver now. So it does make a lot of sense. I don't know if this committee needs to weigh in on that, though.
Mr. Chair, we just want to, my motion, was it approved by consensus?
Yeah.
Consensus.
By consensus, thank you.
No, we never did approve it. We answered questions, but we never really approved it.
Okay, who's in favor of the 20,000 annual cap?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Okay, motion carries. We'll do it that way. All right. Yes. A motion, who's
Barker, Landwehr, and then aye.
Okay. Committee, further discussion. Senator Hawks.
But I'll make a motion that our committee supports the executive branch moving in the direction of a 1915B waiver. Just, I think we want to make sure that our colleagues understand that we discussed that and we're supportive of it, and have somebody potentially say, well, wait a minute, I think we should have stuck with the other, so that there's at least some record of it.
We can just have them add that to the report.
Yeah, there's a second. I have a motion, second.
Or do it by consensus.
Yeah.
Happy to
Okay.
do that.
There's consensus? I think so. Okay.
Aye.
Committee, further discussion.
I was.
Senator Hawks.
I heard some powerful comments from the people on the committee and parents, and I certainly share those. I also think you made some interesting comments about autism and the fact that that needs to bleed over. I think it's a huge problem that we tried to address several years ago, and we made a start on dealing with that, but I think we have a huge gap on that, and I don't know how to state that. I liked some things I heard about having those clients roll over into the community services waiver, but I don't want to ignore the autism. I understand your caution because we didn't spend a lot of time dealing with it, but I think it's an important part of what we're doing, and I think that's a huge problem for those youngsters that wind up getting stuck out on a waiting list. And I probably hear more about that need than any other need in my district.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Representative Barker.
Thank you, Senator. I know the research indicated there was a report out. It's online now. I would ask, Mr. Chairman, that she send that out to all the members.
She did.
She did already.
did?
It's
I
on-
did
We've
not.
already got it.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. I think my comfort level is what services are out there. I'm totally ignorant on what the schools do, you know, the IEPs and all the other stuff. I don't know about that. And so that's kind of where I've been cautious about trying to take that on. We've just kind of tried to keep this focused on, if what I envision, what I think is, if they're duly diagnosed as ID and DD, they'll be on our wait list anyway. That's what we heard.
Is that something we just want to make a statement about? So we're not ignoring it, but we're saying what our understanding was of that? I'd be comfortable putting that into our report and
What would
making
the
sure
statement be?
with the dual diagnosis of just what he said, and that making sure that that's considered as we look at our wait list and the investments we need to make in terms of seeing that those needs are met.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
I'm fine with that.
We understand the situation, we just don't have.
That doesn't get us in too deep.
Yeah.
But it lets us know that we were listening and
Right.
are concerned.
Representative Landwehr.
Well, and we can make reference to the fact that we, did not have the time and luxury to go through the autism report, but that it's something that does need to probably be reviewed during the next legislative session to, see if there are some things that can be changed in there. I think the other thing that we have to be cautious of, Mr. Chairman, is that we look and see, as you talked about, what does happen within the education side of things, and maybe look at all the different programs that are within the children's cabinet and see if there's any overlap in any of those programs as well. Because we have a lot of pre-5-year-old programs that are out there that need to be looked at.
So would you have a problem with that being added, what
No,
you just
I
said
don't.
to your statement?
I agree with Representative Landwehr.
Okay.
Usually on every issue but one.
All right.
More often than not, we agree, Senator.
Representative Ruiz.
I'm wondering about adding that there be an automatic rollover to the community support services at the age of, it's either age of 5 or age of 4. For those with the duly diagnosed with autism. Because we're going to look at early childhood, and that could only go to, what, age 4 maybe? So then there's going to be a gap. But if we have an automatic rollover at whatever that magic age is, from my notes, it's 5, but I'm not sure.
I thought we were here at 6.
You don't.
Anybody, I'm not familiar enough to know, to even speak to that, or so.
No, I think that's why this report has to be looked at and see what the recommendations are, and we haven't had that ability to do that, because the autism is a very sensitive waiver.
Senator Thompson.
Does that, I guess I get a little confused on, the age and the wait list stuff. It seems to me we need to identify these kids so we can really have a good sense of how many we're talking about coming down the pipeline. And maybe I missed something, and maybe that's what we're doing. But to me, whether or not they're on the wait list, I think the wait list, as soon as they're identified, even at age 3 or 4, or whatever age that is, just so that the legislature knows, how many people we're actually talking about we have to deal with. I don't think it hurts to at least have that aggregate number. That's just a thought, and maybe I'm completely off base here. I don't know.
And my thoughts are, it may be in that report that we've not read.
Right.
What we know is that there's 428 kids on that autism wait list right now, and there's only 65 slots on the IDD wait list. So
No, the autism wait.
autism, okay. So, you know, that's not going to cover the 428 that are on the autism wait list.
But my understanding is that we don't know how many of those are duly diagnosed that would just be on the autism versus be duly diagnosed to go ID and DD. So, and we heard testimony that maybe half of them would be, so.
Yeah, that would, and I
that'd be-
think that's a conservative guess. I would think the
It would be,
majority
but
of
they
them
may
are.
even be on the wait list already for all we know.
Exactly. They might
So that's what
already
I'm
be.
saying. The wait list study is going to tell us a lot
Right.
about this because we don't know if they're on the ID and DD wait list,
Mm-hmm.
which at all. We have no idea of knowing until we get the study back who is on that. So I'm not against it. I just don't know. I don't think we know enough to say that.
One other question I have, and I mean, how pervasive and available is this self-determination of the budget? Is it something that's available to everyone that's already, on these waivers, or how many people are using that? Because I do think it sounded to me like that's a good way to implement flexibility and innovation. So to the extent we can find that out.
And I thought about that earlier too. So what if a lot of these folks do that and overwhelm the system because there aren't enough folks that are financial managers or support managers or whatever, TMCs. I know there's a shortage of targeted case managers now. So that is a separate question about, I have no idea.
I don't know how many people can avail themselves of that, what kind of opportunities exist. It'd be interesting to know.
It would.
Yeah.
Maybe we can find some information out about that from KDADS. Orida, will you put that on the list? See if there's any kind of wild guess about, I mean, I think it's pretty subjective. I don't think, Representative Ballard and then Ruiz.
Yes, assessment. I'm trying to think, we have heard a lot about basis versus CIS. We also heard from Interhab that we have to proceed cautiously in making changes. But I think we need to at least recognize that the work group, there was a consensus to not include basis as an assessment. And we have heard there's been a lot of harmful, humiliating, embarrassing kinds of questions. So I would recommend that we at least look at this area, and I don't know who we appropriately should designate to make this decision, but to not address it after what we have heard, not at just this meeting, but we've also heard at others.
Well,
It doesn't serve people coming here to tell us what they really think about it or have experience or their own children have experience.
I thought we had a consensus with the group that we were going to assess the new waiver with MFIFI or something different than basis.
Well, then let's recognize it as part of the recs and not, as we're doing now, or.
Yeah, I think yeah, we can formalize it. Is that a motion?
I just want to make sure we have officially put it down. So
We have a motion by Representative Ballard.
I'll second that.
Second.
And maybe we want to add that the basis is probably the least desirable, and that we have, KU has done research in the other area. Right.
Okay. Very good. I have a motion and a second. Further discussion.
I don't know if what Senator Baumgartner brought up is in your motion, Representative Ballard, but I thought it was a really important point that we heard, that some of the people getting services who are nonverbal and not able to express. So did not hear there was a modification of an instrument that it took into account some of the things that were negatives about basis, but that, what was it, the SIS did not take into account. So it just seems like we need to make sure that we take care of the spectrum of needs, not just another instrument. And
Well, that sounds almost like two recommendations.
well, I mean, I'm thinking that's in what you said. I'm just kind of clarifying that to make sure that.
Mine did not, Mayor.
Okay.
Mine did not get that specific.
Okay.
It was more to address looking at an alternative instrument that would be less intrusive, embarrassing and whatnot. And now how all that entails can be worked out. But that's what mine said. Now, I'm not objecting to adding anything else. I'm just saying that was all I was.
I just want it to be flexible enough for the variety of needs that the clients have.
I think it was broad enough that that when they do the waiver, prepare the waiver, they can.
Actually here.
Right, exactly. It's in the
And
document.
it tells you pretty much all, because it talks about the three. I'm sorry. I'm making sure.
You're fine.
Was basis, CIS, as well as the MIFI one to look at. I mean, it's talking about that. But I think they get very specific, but if our recommendation still is pretty broad, but that was the main emphasis I wanted.
But I am hearing that it's time to go away from the basis. I'm just not sure what instrument would really catch what we're looking for.
And that is what we say we may have, that's why I worded by saying we may have to look at who should be developing this to see that we did. But what we do know is we don't wish to stay with that one.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Okay, very good. Molly, or Senator Baumgartner, sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought that it was, what we heard about MIFI is that it does address those expanded needs that we receive with the basis. It just is less intrusive or offensive. I think I'm going to use offensive because it does get to the basis. But what we also heard is that they worked to tie the questions to the tiers, but what we don't have complete yet from the University of Kansas is they're still working on the financials for the funding levels. So I think it's important for us to acknowledge we're looking for a replacement that addresses the breadth of needs, but the work for the financials for the funding levels is still incomplete with regard to MIFI. So we heard that they took a hiatus, and it was interesting because they said until fall. Well, we're now November. And to me, by the time we get to the end of November, to me, we're not in fall, we're in winter. So let's hope that they're using this month to get that cracking.
Very good. Thank you for that. I don't know that we want to tie their recommendations to our recommendations, though. I don't
No,
know
we
what-
don't. I think it's just important for us to acknowledge we understand that they're still working on on MIFI.
Very good. Thank you for that. Further discussion on assessments. Any, is there a consensus on the assessment portion? Okay.
Yes.
Further discussion, committee. Representative Clifford, further discussion?
No, I've
Anything?
been following the discussion. I agree. We're ready to move on to another tool.
Very good. Committee, Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back to that self-direction real quick. TARC in Topeka, I understood it was the only program that is doing the self-direction. Senator Thompson, you talked about the self-determination.
I think it was Turk or something like
TARC.
that.
Yeah,
TARC, okay,
TARC.
yeah, that was it. Yeah,
I understand that they're the only one that is providing that particular service.
That's what I understood, but I may have, there may be somebody else I'm unaware of, but I believe that was the case. Yes, just the one that's doing that. And I had a discussion over lunch with a couple of the parents, and, they felt like the self-direction was a very important component of this, because, they can determine when those needs are necessary and when they're not, how much of the services they need and when they don't, and maybe there's some way of incentivizing them to saving, not to go, you got a cap at 20,000, we'll go out to 20,000, have a ball, but some incentivize them to be judicious about how they spend it. And, maybe there's a way for them to accrue points to where they could carry over to the following year if they didn't need certain things. I don't know. But that may be one way to control our budget on this and still give them a lot of latitude, because I know, for example, some people during the school year, they don't need as many services because the kids are, being taken care of by the school district. But then in the summertime, when they're trying to work or run a business, they need the extra services. So it gives them some flexibility. So I think that's kind of important if we can look at that.
That is, I think, vaguely, I think some of the other states did allow them to roll over their budget deal. We had testimony early on, the first day, I think, that there were some states that allowed that.
Well, I'm old and I forget stuff, Mr. Chair.
And I may not even know what I'm talking about, too, so. Committee, Representative Ruiz.
Just a little bit more on that. One of the things that we heard, too, is that we wanted to move away from the use of self-direction or self-determination, but using the individualized budget authority across services, that is the more appropriate term to use. And also, someone also talked about how that is such a great thing to be able to do, to have the families be able to make those determinations. However, the workers, it doesn't allow the families to pay for benefits for the workers that they hire. So that's a flaw that in just doing this individualized budget, because the workers aren't going to get benefits. But if they work for a provider, then they would. So there's a little flaw.
That is true. One of the, if I may, Mr. Chair, one of the parents mentioned over lunch that if they had that latitude, they might be able to pay a provider more to attract a better, somebody who's a little bit higher quality during the times where they need it, and more available, and they might be able to get a more specialized person at a higher rate, say $25, $30 an hour, as opposed to, what, $12, $15 or something like that. And as long as they didn't spend their money, they could stay within their budget, and that way, if the state knew, here's the caps, these are the maximum we're going to spend on this particular group, then we could control our own budget a little bit better and maybe come in under the more people who could use that type of discipline, and if they got some guidance from someone helping how to spend that budget, it might be better.
Yeah, and in that discussion, I'm not sure if there's some CMS guidelines about how much they can pay. I don't know if it sounds way too simple for government work to me. So, but we could look at that. Committee, further discussion. You make a motion to?
That when we talk about self-direction, that we talk about individualized budget authority across services?
I'll second.
Second by Senator Baumgartner. Discussion. Committee okay with that? Yeah. I am, at least in the way, as basic as I understand it. How's that? Further discussion? Representative Clifford?
Yes, I agree with that language. It seemed to be very important by one of our field experts, so I would be in favor of including that language.
Very good. Thank you. Senator Hawks.
This is maybe off the wall relative to what you're trying to do and the stuff that we're looking at in the summary sheet that we had, but in one of the earlier meetings, one of the ideas really intrigued me. And I think it was Pennsylvania and Tennessee, but I'm not sure, that rolled the people getting services that would have aged out at 18 or 21 and put them off the wait list into the waiver as soon as they finish their school service. And that seemed to open it up. And I don't know if we have to do a 915B before we can, that has to be approved by CMS, but I thought that was a great idea that might really substantially impact the wait list and change a whole bunch of things about how we do it and give people a little more. I mean, we keep hearing from these parents in terms of what they're up against and the scramble to get kids on the wait list when they're really 5 years old or so, and knowing that the ones who may come into the state don't get there. So I don't know if that's a recommendation that we could put in there, or if it's something that could be looked at in the legislature later on, but or if we have to wait till we get the wait list study done and look at a different waiver. But I don't want that idea to go by the wayside, because I thought it was a really creative, effective way that we saw worked in some other states.
And I think I would agree in a perfect world where we didn't have a wait list and they weren't displacing people, but to automatically, get services ahead of someone that's been potentially on the wait list for 10 years just because you graduated high school. And I'm not saying that, degrading or anything else. I'm just saying that, boy, that's a fine line. Now, if we had no wait list, it'd be a non-event. They wouldn't displace anybody. But if they're, going to automatically, when they graduate high school, displace someone that's been on the wait list for potentially 10 years, I just think that's a dangerous precedent. And I'd have to look and see how they were able to do it. Did they have a wait list, those states, or, how they were able to do that?
I do think it wound up making a point that some people didn't need as many services, and it wound up opening up some services that took people off the wait list that had been on there 10 years. So I just thought it was a great idea. I don't know if it becomes a footnote or if it's just a footnote in my mind. And so now you have me hooked, and I'm going to have to be on this committee for the next 10 years. But,
well, and we may be able to look at that, once we do start to look at the wait list and this works like we think it will, this community support waiver.
I can put it in my back pocket. So
okay.
I got a little grandstanding on it, so I'm good with that.
Okay. Committee, further questions, discussions? Okay, Hina, where are we at? Oh, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you. Do we need to do something with regard to kids being dropped off the wait list and families not knowing and having to start over? Well, we heard mention of that.
Yeah. And I think that how I envisioned the wait list study is going to shake out is that we're going to be able to contact those folks and know who they are and continually be in contact with them in a database. And that's where I think that could be made through that. I mean, I don't know, outside of that, I don't know how you would. Obviously, we don't do it on purpose.
Perhaps we don't do it on purpose, but it doesn't seem as if anything's been done to prevent it. So perhaps I would like to make a motion that that a process needs to be developed so that does, they need to identify what process they've come up with so that doesn't happen to our children and families.
Very good. I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Senator Hawks. Okay. That is part of the recommendation then. Very good. Okay, Hina, back to you. Are you still there?
And the committee for allowing the opportunity for KHI to facilitate the roundtable discussions. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you so much. Would have been impossible without you. And I mean that. Okay, committee, I think we've got enough recommendations. Senator Hawks.
I have another one that I don't think you're going to agree with.
You never know.
I'd like to see us set a goal that the legislature reduce the wait list at least 10% per year as a goal, or pick any percent.
You were right.
Yes, I knew I was. I just think if we don't, it seems like the wait list goes up, and I wish that we were at least attempting in our processes to figure out a way, and I'm hoping the things that we're talking about will do that. But I'd like us to have that out there in front of us, and I'm not unhappy if the group doesn't support that. But sometimes I think when you set a goal to do something like that, you focus your attention on it and you really look at ways to do that. So I'll throw that out.
Committee, there is a motion, discussion, guaranteeing a, okay.
It's not.
Representative Landwehr.
I appreciate your comment, and your points are very valid. I think it sets unrealistic results, having dealt with this for so many years, that the legislature does try each year to figure out how they can, reduce these waiting lists, and I think they've done a great job. This is probably one of the most difficult ones that we have out there because of the complexity of it. So that would be the only reason I would disagree with it. Not that I totally disagree with the concept, because I don't. But I think it would set unrealistic expectations, and then it would frustrate folks down the line. Barbara and I are on the same page, Senator, just so you know that.
Me too.
Representative Reese.
Representative Reese.
I think that would be a realistic goal, probably 2-3 years down the road, once we have the new waiver and put in place and we know who's on that wait list and we have some movement. There's just no movement right now. And once I think we have that kind of movement, which again, we're looking at 2-3 years down the road, then having a goal like that would be more realistic, or having a discussion about that would be more realistic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I want to add to it is, one of the reasons autism is an important component for us to put into consideration. You can argue with the data because, there's some argument out there that there's overdiagnosis of autism. But the data says that in the last 20 years, the number of kids diagnosed with autism has gone up 178%. So when you see that, 10 years ago, it was 1 out of 150 children, and now they're saying it might be as high as 1 out of less than 50 kids. So to chase that aspiration, I appreciate it. But when we see that significant change in just kids being diagnosed with, it's going to be very difficult for us to embrace and to address that. But I think what's important about that data is to know that that is a specific need that we cannot turn our back from. So we are going to have to address the needs of that population before they're in school, upon diagnosis and moving forward. And we need to make sure that we don't ignore that growing population. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good, thank you. Senator Hawks.
I'm willing to wait until we get the study done and we get the new waiver, but I do think we need to set a goal and be very rigorous in how we chase it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Committee.
Just one real quick, because I know we're running out of time. And we've talked about the kids and everything else. And I don't even know if this is a recommendation, but I don't think we can forget about the aging caregivers and the respite care that may be necessary and how we're going to transition those, the people who they're caring for, because as those parents die off, we're going to have a whole population up there that we have to deal with too. And I don't know what to recommend with that, but.
Well, I think we have a start in here with respite care, and there aren't any age limits, obviously on that. I think that's a start, which we don't have now. But, all these issues, like Senator Baumgardner was talking about in our society, aging population, not counting, nursing homes, frail and elderly. I mean, all that, we could easily get caught up in that, and I try to remain positive. We need to do what we can do today. Nobody has a crystal ball about the future, and we need to think about it and plan for it, but ultimately we'll deal with it. Representative Landwehr.
Well, and, the one thing we have to keep in mind is what this committee does here today. There's still a lot of time between now and we come back in January, and other information can come to us and be brought to us and will be brought to us during the course of the legislative process. So a lot of things can change. This just kind of gives the outline of where we need to head. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Committee, further discussion. Very good. I want to thank all of you. I can't tell you how thankful I am that you came part of this committee. I thank everybody, all the working group folks and parents and providers and everybody that participated in this. I think that we did as good as it's possible in the limited amount of time that we had, and I appreciate the discussion, the disagreements, the agreements, all that. And so thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for staff. Orida, I know you're shorthanded. You've been working like crazy, all you guys. Thank you for all your extra work and hard work in making it, yeah. And with that, Orida has one more thing to keep me lined out. What am I supposed to do now?
Mr. Chairman, the minutes need to be approved.
Oh, yeah. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Minutes were approved. She made it. He seconded it. So thank you for that bit of housekeeping. Anything else, committee? We are adjourned.